Okay, I think we might be on here, just checking some things. Got to make sure all the fun stuff works. All right, let's come over to here and let's make that a little bigger there. Hello, everyone. How are you today? All right, so I'm just getting everything set up here. We should have the first election results coming in the United States. Looks like Donald Trump will win Kentucky with 8 electoral votes. This is NBC News reporting. Kamala Harris will win 3 electoral votes from Vermont. I'll go ahead and get a map loaded up on here. Probably show AP or something like that. Let's say Toral. And once we get settled in and once we know it's going to be a while, we'll start going through some fun exercises about voting. Let's see. All right. Looks like Georgia is close. We'll go ahead and add. Make that F11, boom, and then I think, there we go. All right, let's see what we have going on here. Discord seems to be active. Awesome. Okay. Ooh, fun. Computer, turn on the office light. There you go. And I can just stick myself back there. Zoop. All right, so it looks like Indiana is all we know. So while we're here and we're waiting, let's go talk about ranked choice voting. Okay, so from where we last left off, and I don't see anyone in the chat yet, and if I'm not seeing you, let me know. It should be synchronizing, but I'll check the various streams. We're currently streaming on YouTube and LinkedIn and Twitch right now. Just going to check in on this feed here. Okay. That's going to work great. I can put the chat right there, and that way I can see you guys at all times. Looks like we're having a LinkedIn issue. Georgia exit poll had Trump at 54% with independent voters. Why do we have it such that there's only two viable choices? And why do we need a president necessarily? What is the rationale there? All right. Okay, cool. It's working on YouTube. Senate is 38 and 28 Republicans to Democrats in the United States. I'll have to be honest, I wasn't really following that too much. I've been working on this project here, that the nature of what the election system is in such dire need of reform. The outcomes themselves, I wasn't actually paying too close attention to. But it shall be interesting, and we will get through it together regardless of the outcome. Hey, we got a Twitch streamer. Hello, how are you? Welcome. All right. This is interesting. So they are willing to put a lien on the results. Okay. Get off of there. 107,000. Sorry, I'm also checking on my phone for additional results. Okay. I'm going to do something here so that I can hear something. I need to go to, okay, Facebook's having an issue. Oh, this is great. Maybe we should have an engineer. Trump's so far winning in the popular vote. I'm just going to test something to make sure you can't hear the stream through me. Okay, so now if I play something, I'm going to make sure assemble in endgame everyone. Okay, perfect. So that's how I can control pushing the browser. Awesome. This is all right. Go load up. So my question is, let's take a look at the Senate as an example. So if it's such that the senator that is red here, Rick Scott, is up against the senator or senatorial candidate in blue, presumably the candidate in red, if they are victorious, will enact the legislation of their, there we go. They'll enact the legislation of their constituents. But there seems to not be a lot of talk about true bipartisanship. And it seems that the actual representation is of the people who are your supporters, at least in part. So where's the representation for the rest of the Floridians? And likewise, let's look at a state like Montana. Where's the representation for them in their minority, right? Because they're only sending one representative to represent the whole, but they don't win with 100% of the vote, not even close. Likewise in Vermont. What happens if you have let's look at Ballotpedia. Let's look at some historical entries here. 2022 House race. Okay. Okay, so this is a great table here. So these senators are running. These are their margins. This would be considered their mandate. Okay, fine. If this is their mandate, then that means they are representing plus 15% to the margin difference. So that's what, a 35, 65, 35 split? I know this is a 60-40. So this must be a 65-35 split, something like that. All right, so then my question is, where's the representation for the other 35%? Likewise, okay, so this is a 54% to 46%, something like that. Where's their representation for the other half of their state? Now, we know voting systems exist that can allow that sort of complete proportional representation to exist, where you could send multiple winners at the same time representing your diverse interests. But we don't do that. Why? If it's such that the consent of governance comes from the governed, and you have about 50% of your governed not represented at any given time, then it kind of seems non-representative, or at very least disproportionately representative. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, that's just showing the current lien. I see. It's not actually calling anything. I see. Gotcha. So it's not saying it's leaning in that direction with any confidence. It's just talking about the number. So let's look at Georgia coming in, though. Oh, okay. So Atlanta hasn't even come in yet, nor has Augusta or Savannah. That's impressive. Roanoke, Richmond, Norfolk, Alexandria, not in yet. Okay, so in Vermont, we only have the 2. Welcome, person who's watching from Twitch. Welcome to the 5th of November. Or it might be the 6th of November if you are on the other side of the pond, or keep going. So let us know how the future is. All right. See, if this was a House representation breakdown, I would expect the 3 representatives from Vermont. Well, actually, it might be 1 representative for Vermont. I think the Vermont population might only have 1 of each, but let's pretend they have 3. I would expect them to send, if this held, I would expect them to send 2 Democrats and 1 Republican, if they did a proportional ranked choice voting, which they do not do. They do have a different type of system. Let me look up the detail. We should definitely be checking the ranked choice ballots. Let's see what we have coming up there. There we go. Oh, we got some results in from New Hampshire. Let's take a look at them. Okay. I think New Hampshire is one of them that do go red. Okay, we got results from Florida popping in already. Oop. Orlando coming in, Tampa. I wish it would let me highlight the individual counties. Let's take a look. All right, polls will be closing in North Carolina soon. 7:30, 9 minutes. We got Charlotte, Greensboro, Raleigh, Fayetteville. Huh, usually they'd have it, well. The early return votes for this state are interesting. Let's take a look at the early votes that, early votes, NBC. So this is just the party affiliation at registration. It does not necessarily reflect the votes that were cast. Oftentimes it doesn't, but I thought this was interesting. A lot of states have mostly one party or another, but North Carolina is one of the few, and let me just switch over to battlegrounds only, and Wisconsin, where, well, it looks like all the battlegrounds are like this. Maybe everyone else should have unaffiliated, then you'll have more battlegrounds. But North Carolina is evenly split triply in terms of their, let me see, all. There we go. We see here that actually there are more unaffiliated voters in North Carolina than of either party. They maintain their independence. Massachusetts seems to be another one, I think, unless other just is a bunch of different parties. I'm not sure. But I know that unaffiliated is a big thing in North Carolina. Oh, good. NBC is reporting that Asheville and the surrounding areas were able to get their votes in. They were able to communicate to get people in. That's good. Proving that no matter pandemic or anything, democracy will continue. The vote will occur. Let's see. I have a feeling Charlotte will continue to be, not Charlotte, North Carolina will continue to be close. Let's look at 2020 North Carolina. So where's the representation for these people in their House, in their Senate? That's that gerrymandering. There we go. That's what we're trying to get to. In about 3 minutes, we'll look at those results. And then I think what we're going to do is I'm going to test. Oh, no, we are currently recording as we go along. Okay, cool. So I'm actually going to stop that on my end, and I'm going to let the system handle it. And I'm going to actually test that recording, see how good it is. And then if it's good, what we'll do is we'll probably record more of the explainer videos for the coalition. So we'll do it live, as it were. We'll do it live. And we'll go ahead and put on the rest of them. So if you're unfamiliar, the site has a lot of explainer videos, and there's an outline, and I'll go ahead and show the outline later in the evening. But suffice to say, the goal is to have an explainer video where if it's too dense, it's not your jam, it's not your focus, maybe you have some other things to do, you can go ahead and just listen, and then I'll go through the concepts as we go along. Unfortunately, currently everything's in English in terms of video. If you have a browser in any language, then you can translate it for writing purposes. In fact, we will be going through to make human translations as we can get the resources. We'll use machine translation as is necessary. But to the point, videos have been released throughout today because today is election day. And the areas that we release them in are in our proportional ranked choice voting section, as well as in our principles. So if you just want an overview of what the organization's about, we have about a 30-minute video where it goes into it. We're going to have some shorter ones that get produced, but we want to get the explainers up for every page. And then once they're in, we'll go ahead and go back around and make short versions that can be posted to a lot of different sites at once. So the Cosmopolitan Principles, basically what we root ourselves in, that is all online. Let me show that here now. There we go. So you can see here, this is where the explainer video will almost always be. And today we were going through all the voting methods, but proportional ranked choice voting is the one we settle on here. And if we go to our other ones, I'll go ahead and make myself disappear. Boop. So here we have autocratic voting, which is basically an election where the people in power can control who can run and who can't run, and who can vote and who can't vote. And you can see how that effect occurs. And again, there's already a video up for that today. Plurality voting was also gone through. That's the type of voting being used here. The Electoral College notwithstanding, just straight plurality voting, first past the post, results in a pretty similar outcome. Pardon me. Okay. So, and then we talk about ranked choice voting, which is a single winner. A lot of people know about ranked choice voting. It's usually framed in single winner terms where you have additional party support due to second choice and third choice. Okay, it looks like West Virginia is going to go for Donald Trump. Okay. Okay, so the Republicans have picked up a Senate seat in West Virginia. Just to let you know, we are currently streaming on YouTube and on Twitch. Welcome, YouTube viewer. Okay, perfect. That's coming through on there. And awesome. All right. Okay. Oh, it looks like Hillary Clinton won Miami in 2016 with 63% of the vote, but it looks like Miami in Florida is going to go to Trump. We'll see. We still have 25%. Interesting. Looks like Kamala Harris is outperforming in Georgia compared to Biden in 20. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to pause them for a while, and we're going to go back to our site, and we're going to record the next one. We're going to do it live. Make myself smaller. There we go. All right. Okay. Hi, my name is JD, and I'm with the Cosmopolitan Coalition of United Earth. And today, on this special Election Night Livestream, we're going to be going through the Cosmopolitan template. The Cosmopolitan template is like a generic constitutional template. You can adapt it to any size of government, whether it's a city, state, nation, region. It doesn't matter. Pick your polygon. It's generic enough, and we go into some details on it. So we're going to just briefly go over the sections, and then we're going to go into each video for each section internally. So if you are watching this video after it's already been produced, right now we're in a live stream, but if you're watching this video after it's already been produced, then it's probably going to be embedded in the web page, probably somewhere around here. So let's go ahead and continue down here, and we'll start from there. So if you've been following the series at all, you know that we are rooted in reciprocity. We take the various formulations of reciprocity throughout space and time and all of our cultural histories, and we combine them together because since this can apply pretty much everywhere, it doesn't matter which formulation you pick, you have the formulation. And the preamble is all about how the legitimacy of government at its core is reciprocity, and that effectively means when you scale up, it's coming from the consent of the governed. When you take it to the general. Among those, you get three pillars of three principles that derive from it. The first of which is minimizing consent violations, which we go over through a lot in the individual rights section. Balancing interests uniformly, which we do go throughout a lot of these articles, but we start very strong in the legislature section. And of course, we have governing effectively, doing what you said on the tin. And that's in our government section, and definitely in our jurisdiction section, about how there's those interrelationships. And we also, of course, have our judiciary section to talk about the various types of roles that could exist within the judiciary. There's a split opinion on whether a role should be appointed or elected. From our perspective, it's not about whether that it should be appointed or elected. It's if you do it as an elected role, what's the most representative way to do that type of election? If you do it as an appointed role, what is the most representative way to do that appointment process? How can you make sure that all the hands who are involved in it the political pressures are basically equalized? And likewise with jurisdictions, you have these scale pressures. So you have a bunch of counties within states, and you have a bunch of states within a nation, and then you have a bunch of nations working together in a giant global organization, but it's several organizations all overlapped, and that's a big giant mess. So jurisdictions tries to settle it by basically taking jurisdictions and having three kinds. You have jurisdictions without jurisdictions within them. Those are your smallest ones, right? You have jurisdictions with jurisdictions in them that are themselves part of a larger jurisdiction. Those are your intermediaries. And then, of course, you have your largest possible jurisdiction. And that is whatever that sovereign entity is, the one that basically negotiates the foreign relationships with others. And that's where that comes in. And then, of course, we have constitutional order, which is an article that is entirely about how do you restart from a failed state, right? Like what happens when things go wrong? How do you handle that? There's a lot in the legislature when it deals with, and governments when it deals with emergency powers, but the constitutional order acts as an anti-dictator shortstop for those kinds of situations. And you can go in and get more detail there. And then, of course, we go into entrenchment and ratification. Entrenchment here meaning that there are certain basic structures that are part of any given social contract and must be necessary in order to keep the system in balance, as it were. And that's what gets entrenched, whereas the specific numbers are subject to review, of course, and your mileage may vary with specific implementations. So let's just start with some underlying assumptions. The first underlying assumption is a consistent reality that can be studied scientifically exists. Self-aware entities with independent minds and choices exist. These entities have diverse thoughts, opinions, and interests. And conflicts arising from these differences can range from mild disagreements to large-scale violence. These are things that happen. We know these are things that happen. So we take a pragmatic approach. There is numerical flexibility, as I stated earlier. Numbers in the constitutional text are specific but arbitrary. They will likely be adjusted during actual conventions, right? Because it's going to depend on which nation or which county wants to implement these kinds of systems. The text is intentional, but it's not perfect. Constitutions are only as powerful as the people who believe in them. And I think that is something that we have to understand. Like what a social contract is at its core, before it's anything else, is the promises we make to each other. Therefore, they can only be as good as the people who keep their promises. And also, as stated earlier, it is institutionally adaptable. Again, it doesn't matter if it's appointed or elected. All that matters is it's the most representative with those mechanisms. The goal is to provide the building blocks for creating a fair society that would be considered fair by most people. And it's, again, how do you define that most? And of course, we go in that a lot with our proportional ranked choice voting. Some terms may be technically incorrect as we use them, but we're trying to be communicative with a broad audience. So that is the angle at which we will be taking from this. So now let's talk about some realities of power, some things that just are true. Power attracts those who seek it. This is true. If there is a position of power, someone who likes power and is ambitious will go seek that power. Dishonest methods are often used to gain advantages. We know this because breaking rules to attain power does work. If it never worked, people wouldn't do it, but people do it. So people do break rules sometimes to make it work. So we have to acknowledge that those kinds of people will exist. We also have to acknowledge that we're all capable of it, let's be real, but those kinds of people do exist. And so at those high levels, we have to be aware of it at all times. We also have to acknowledge that if one form of currency is removed, another will take its place. We don't take a position on any given type of currency. It doesn't matter if it's fiat or crypto or sheep, right? It doesn't matter. If there is a thing of value that can be traded, influence, access, it will be traded. So we have to acknowledge that is going to be something that attempts to occur when we go through here. Decision makers will prioritize their own interests and those who keep them in power over everyone else. And that's true. The people who put someone into an elected position will get a preferred treatment to those who didn't. And therefore, the expectation that if you find yourself on the losing side, that it's not going to be a good time for you is true. Now, with proportional ranked choice voting, you don't really have that situation because everyone gets represented all the time. For the most part, you still have some fringe on the end, but it does work to minimize those wasted votes. It's like 5%, 10%, something like that, as opposed to 50% or more. So carrying on, why are we doing this? What's the necessity? Well, the necessity of coexistence is the challenge of peace and coexistence doesn't go away. Like, we are literally stuck with each other on this planet forever. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, take your pick. Eventually, we have to solve this problem, and our technology is such that the age of isolation is over. It is not going back. Even with the technology we had 4,000 years ago, we had international trade, and we know that international trade, while it slowed down in certain eras, never stopped. It ain't stopping today, for sure. So we run into the next problem is, for so long as there are two or more individuals, hey, I'm misspelling, more individuals alive, there will be disagreement. Someone's going to disagree eventually, and then you're going to have to do something about it. Multiple economic and geopolitical blocks perpetuate this struggle for resource control. And that's true. We have a system that is currently overlapped, and it's all inherited. All of us who's alive today inherited everything that we find ourselves with. The existence of multiple defense blocks poses a constant risk to us, and it poses a constant risk for catastrophic conflict. Our only choice is to strive for peaceful coexistence or face the consequences of inaction. So that's our quest for peaceful coexistence. And as stated before, we have our 3 principles that guide us here, and they are derived from reciprocity, and they are minimizing consent violations, balancing interests uniformly, and governing effectively. We already have a video up on balancing interests uniformly, so if you want to check that out, it's more of a brief version of the different voting systems. It doesn't go into the details of how to calculate or count all the votes and how to process them, but it will go give a brief overview just to show. Specific methods in this template will be compared, and some may be claiming to be optimal. You should be able to compare those and test them if that's the case. Optimal methods, therefore, are discovered in nature, not invented, right? We are doing an analysis of things that are true. How does it look when you run this kind of decision-making mechanism through this simulation over and over and over and over again? And we have those results. So I'm not going to read each and every one of these. I'm just going to go through the headers, because as we go into each of the sections, we will go into depth, but except for the preamble. The legitimacy of government is derived exclusively from the consent of the governed. Legitimate governments are, and ought to be, designed in such a way as to minimize consent violations, balance interests uniformly, and govern effectively. A fair constitution describes rights and responsibilities of individuals and governments that must exist for a legitimate government to exist. It is observed to be entrenched in the laws of nature and is therefore immutable. Now, that is very poetic. What does that mean? It means that the right to rule, the ability to make laws and enforce those laws and apply those laws on people's lives that may negatively impact them, that comes from the consent of the governed, the people who are subject to those laws. Full stop, all done. No additional criteria necessary. And so that legitimacy, those legitimacy tests spring forth from that reciprocity, which is at scale the consent of the governed. And so the basic structure, this comes from basic structure doctrine, and we'll go into it more in the preamble, but the basic structure means that there are certain things that must exist in order to maintain that legitimacy. Because you can have something that can test for it, which means you have systems that must exist to pass those tests. And since that's the case, these kinds of things are entrenched. They are things that are part of a social contract because that's what social contracts require. And therefore, that's where its immutability comes in. So we start by picking 24 individual rights. Some of these are from the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. Some of these are from derivatives from the United States Constitution. Some of them are derivatives from the fundamental freedoms of the EU. Some of these are from India, especially with that basic structure doctrine, because that's where a lot of that comes from. So we're going to go through these, and then we'll go in depth inside the individual's video, because this is going to go through other sections. So we have equal treatment under the law, autonomy and personal decision-making, freedom of expression, freedom of religion and belief, fair representation, privacy and security, freedom from compelled speech, and freedom from self-incrimination. Those are technically two different things. Supremacy of rights, which basically means there can be nothing that can violate the rights. There's no agreement that can be beyond that. A right to a fair trial, right to legal representation, freedom from torture, access to information, the right to vote, and the right to stand for office. These are absolutes. If you are subject to governance, you should always have the ability to choose the person you want to govern you, and therefore the ability to stand for office must be baked in for that, because if you can disqualify someone from office, you're effectively saying someone can't vote for you. Or someone cannot cast a vote for the person they may want. And so that is why these two stand together. Freedom of assembly and association. The economic ability to engage, economic freedom to engage in free enterprise with themselves or others. The freedom of movement, the capacity to move themselves to anywhere within their jurisdiction. The freedom of capital and goods, moving it between any jurisdictions within that same fair constitutional domain. Access to common goods and services. So whatever is made by the public good for the public good is entitled to access by that public good. The right to reside in any jurisdiction. The freedom to contract with others. The right to petition and protest, and the right to secure their rights. This is also part of that anti-dictator rule. And we'll see how this comes into play in Article 6. So with legislatures, we firstly established they are created through the consent. Again, you create that rainbow pie of interests. They have an election, which will come out to the rainbow pie of the legislature to match that. Legislatures have basic duties they must fulfill in order to maintain their own legitimacy, such as making rules. A speaker of the legislature that's truly neutral and is beholden to every member of the legislature, not just the leadership of given parties. We ensure that the committees are likewise fairly distributed in terms of their power. Again, if you have that rainbow pie of voter interests, let's just say 50, 30, 20. You have that rainbow pie of legislature seats, let's say 50, 30, 20. And then, of course, you would expect your committee assignments to also be 50, 30, 20 in that scenario. So whatever the pie is in one. Referendums, the ability to submit specific law for consideration to the voting bloc themselves, or for them to seize it through the power of the petition. The details are in there. Emergency powers, what they look like, how do you define them? They automatically expire in this system. How do you prevent someone from becoming the dictator? Again, the emergency powers, plus that right to resist, plus that Article 6 come together to basically restart from a failed state. Of course, there are certain forbidden actions that, if taken, these are effectively like the mirror of the individual rights in a big way. It's just doubling down and saying, don't do this. And of course, there's governments, they have to start up their executive execution, I should say, their execution of law. And so therefore they are, there's a whole section dedicated to some considered standard departments of an executive branch or an executive field, and that's in there. So, but governments themselves, as an executive function, they do get their own article. Their authority is by extension from where they were created. You have executive committees, which are like legislative committees, except they are executive. Because there's nothing that necessarily says that your executive has to be one person. You can have a group that is entirely dedicated to the oversight of a particular department, and there's no reason why that can't be a committee. And of course, you have the elected executive, so that's just the opposite, right? So an executive committee here would be a good example of this, would be something akin to a ministerial parliamentary system, right? Because a lot of it is on the inside. Whereas an elected executive would be something akin to a president of the United States that is a separate elected entity. That it stems from the Congress, because ultimately it's the Congress and the several states that form the Constitution, but just the same, it becomes an independent election. It's almost like a recurring referral back to the people. Or in their case, it's with electors of the United States. But boards of governors, so these are your apolitical bodies that administrate whatever that government function is, or common good corporation. Whatever the actual day-to-day administration is, it's basically put through an apolitical filter that is under the proportional control of those same executive committees that form the legislative oversight. Since you have a political legislative oversight, even in proportional ranked choice voting, you still have to have that layer that's in between that creates those apolitical civil appointments, which are the day-to-day, you're here because you're the expert at this. You all are assembled because you are the best at this particular thing, whatever it may be. And that's the goal. And I did hint at it. So common good corporations. So this is basically the ability to create a public service that is like an actual public service. You have sometimes local Wi-Fi or local internet services. You have public transportation services. Some jurisdictions treat their education systems like they are corporations unto themselves. And their education boards would be an example of an executive committee over a board of governors of the actual education system who are usually hired. So that would be an example there. And then finally, we have work councils. So work councils are basically like the concept of a board of duly elected. If it was a private enterprise and you had like a stock corporation, you would expect the bulk under a work council environment, you would expect the bulk of those seats to continue to be elected by the shareholders. But as the number of workers in an organization grew, they would be able to elect their own representatives. Those representatives wouldn't be entitled to shares or anything like that. It's not that kind of decision making. It's more like the day-to-day decision making for hey guys, let's get this other group's input on what machinery might be good for this. You get to bring that expertise up. You also get to negotiate salary packages. There is a collective bargaining hit that comes into it, but it also invests those individuals into the company, because as opposed to a worker union versus traditional board situation, it kind of brings those two units together. It's not to say trade unions don't have their place, but it is much less adversarial in a work council environment. I suggest looking up Germany when it comes to co-determination. That's what it's called. They have another word for it that it's escaping me right now, but a lot of work has gone into building that co-deterministic culture over about 100 years, and it's worked out really well. So we're going to move on to judiciaries. So the judicial jurisdiction, it's just the similar extension. You're establishing that as the extension over this environment, how you're going to call your balls and strikes. You have, of course, your appointed judiciary and your elected judiciary. Pick one, doesn't matter. But if you're going to pick an appointed judiciary, you have to do it the most everyone gets a hand in the pot kind of way. Same thing with your elected. We do compose non-single judge situations. There was really no way to balance that without having at least 3 judges. So that's what was settled on here. No individual rules, absolutely. And then, of course, there was the resolution of the questions of laws and how those go in. Now, this is going to be the most contentious piece. This was in here because something has to be in here, but the actual back and forth, that's going to be subject to debate about resolving questions of constitutionality and all that fun stuff. But there's an interesting process in there. It's a little novel. Not many nations use this kind of system, but it's something to look at. Not going to hang that's why it's not a focus area. So jurisdictions, again, the authority by consent, which is noted. It's not the authority by extension from the legislature. It's authority by consent. So it's still the individuals who are within that jurisdiction who consent to that jurisdiction. They are the ones who are party to it. They, of course, have their own basic duties. Where jurisdictions have jurisdictions within them, there is at least a bicameral legislature. It's put in here. Now, the way it's set up is there's technically one chamber. They vote on everything together, but you do know which ones were elected by the whole of a legislature in order to know which one is your state interest versus which one is your proportional state interest. And you can still reduce down the worst bits of a small state problem, as it were, a small state problem. It's not, I wouldn't really say it's a problem, but that's how it's characterized. With regard to that equal legislation, or excuse me, equal representation. I think with proportional ranked choice voting, so for example, if you were to take 2 senators and instead of having 2 senators per state, you'd have 5 and you elected them all at the same time, you would definitely solve a lot of those small state problems, because then the entire population of that state is being represented in those proportions. And I think that'll balance a lot out. So the joint powers are the powers that all jurisdictions possess, right? Like maybe not every jurisdiction wishes to act on those powers, and so maybe the jurisdictions within them would have control, or maybe the jurisdiction above them is taking care of it. And it's different depending on where you are. But the point is, most things any jurisdiction can do, and this is necessary in order to make them interoperable. We have reserved powers, which are the ones you would normally reserve for the largest or the most encompassing jurisdiction, often the one doing the negotiations with foreign entities. We have cultural institutions of state. So what this is establishing a consent mechanism where the government of a time that is fully proportionally represented, and so therefore has the most legitimacy. Even if there is a cultural institution of state, whether it is a religious institution or a monarchy or whatever it is, as long as that consent is there by that supermajority to say, we allow this thing to exist, and that thing doesn't have direct control over the fully proportional representative democracy and all that fun stuff, then there's no compatibility issue. You can have non-democratic systems that exist as an inheritance of our cultural world and also have a fully representative government of the people who are subject to the govern. The union section basically just establishes rules by which individuals can come together to form either a new union from scratch or join existing unions. And then disintermediation is the opposite of that. So if you do have a bunch of different nations of different sizes joining together, you may run into situations where you're like, well, why do you have this middle layer? Would it be easier just to get rid of that layer and then have all the individual regions or individual states or whatever it is join as independent parties? And so that way the population balances out. Or maybe it's part of some negotiation where some countries who are joining are like, I want more Senate representation. And then you kind of negotiate how you're going to break it out in order for it to work for everyone involved, and everyone kind of gets happy about it. And you have to compromise and go, but that's where the disintermediation comes in. And then we have constitutional order. Constitutional order is how do you restart? First, you're going to guarantee the constitutional order. You acknowledge that there are certain things that are entrenched and it's part of the system. Again, this is supposed to be basic in terms of function. Not really talking too much, not really making any value statements. It's just putting bricks together in a machine. So then you must have your authority by condition, right? Because if you know what good looks like, then you should be able to know what bad looks like. And that's where your authorities by condition comes in. And then you have the things that must be done in order to restore that order. And we'll go into that in more detail in there. And we have another article on 13 specific things you can do that are part of the civic process. And then finally, you have the ratification. And I'll go ahead and read this out since we have this quoted. A fair constitution is fully entrenched and not subject to amendment, except by that which can minimally violate consent, uniformly balance interests, and effectively governed. So what you're effectively doing there is wherever your line is, you can't move that line backwards. You can only move that line forwards with regards to these three policies. Because if you attempt to amend this something that is less representative, violates consent more, or breaks the government effectively, then that cannot be a valid amendment because you have broken what is ordinarily a fair constitution. And what's defined as fair? Well, let's ask literally everyone in the most proportionally representative way we possibly can, and then go from there. Approval requirements for amending. So we're just establishing that you must have, a supermajority of jurisdictions and legislatures for the constitutional amendments. Now, this is just put in here as for instance, this would be considered an arbitrary. What that supermajority is dependent on the definition of the people making the actual constitution, taking the template and putting it to something in practice. But we do protect certain things, like the default voting method cannot be replaced with a voting method that decreases proportionality and representation regarding collective preferences. The definition of a supermajority cannot be changed less than a majority, and a majority cannot be less than half plus one. So it's just setting some basic standards to the definitions of what majority means really, and what supermajority means really. And that's the whole idea. You can go in and look at the details, and we will be going in to look at the details. But this video, along with this website, is a work in progress. If you'd like to help us with this, please go to cosmopolitancoalition.org. If you'd like to just sign up to be an audience member just to get new updates, please do there. If you'd like to be a supporter and put your name on the map to say these are the kinds of things that I'm looking for and I support these ideas, and you'd like people who may be running for office someday or running a business someday who wants to garner that support and see you, then that's why you would sign up to be a supporter. That's also free. If, of course, you have any time or money, we do have a volunteer form and a donor form. We'd be happy to accept both. We do have another meeting coming up on November 12th. Check the website and the events calendar. That'll be our planning meeting, where we will be basically recapping where we were this last year and then go forward with new objectives. After this entire video series is completed, it'll be wrapped into a free online course for volunteers and community leaders to go through, so that way we can just do a very simple vetting process, just so we can say our volunteers did go through the material and know what we're talking about when they're out in the field talking. And of course, that's obviously free. It's openly available. It's completely open. Anyone can have it. In fact, this entire system here is completely clonable and reproducible for local levels. So the Cosmopolitan Coalition of the United States is currently not being run by anyone. So if that sounds like you, let me know. Thank you. And I'm going to stop this recording, but I'm going to continue the live stream. Have a good day. All right. Now, let's see how that recording turned out. Oh, let's go ahead and check on, before we even check that. Okay, so it looks like South Carolina has been called for Donald Trump. Florida has been called for Donald Trump. Oklahoma has been called for Donald Trump. Mississippi has been called for Donald Trump. Alabama has been called for Donald Trump. Tennessee has been called for Donald Trump. West Virginia has been called for Donald Trump. Kentucky has been called for Donald Trump. And Indiana have been called for Donald Trump. It looks like Vermont has been called for Kamala Harris. Massachusetts has been called for Kamala Harris. Connecticut and Rhode Island have been called for Kamala Harris, and she is currently leading in Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, North Carolina, Virginia. Oh, it looks like she's also won Maryland and Delaware. Let's see if I can zoom in. All right. Huh. Donald Trump is running behind in North Carolina. take a look at the Senate here. Okay, so it looks like Michigan will be closing soon. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm just gonna mute myself, and then I will be back in 5. And I'm back. Thank you for your patience. All right, let's see what we got. Okay. Wow. Hmm. Looks like Kamala Harris is overperforming in this region, according to NBC News. All right, let's take a look here. Hello, Twitch streamer. Thank you for coming around. Okay, let's go ahead and see if we can get that video. And we'll go ahead and check that. Bear with me. There you are. Okay, let's see how good this video, this computer can record. All right, looks like it did come out okay. All right, I like it. All right, so that's good for us. So that means we can go through each one of these individually throughout tonight, and we'll keep going until, let's see. Looks like we will go until 45 minutes after midnight. So yeah, we should be able to definitely knock all of these videos out as we go along, and we'll check in with our election results. Let's just check in real quick. Oh, 7%. I was like, huh, that's interesting. That was unexpected. All right, looks like Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Maryland are all switched over. New Hampshire leans, New Jersey leans, North Carolina leans, Virginia leans, PA leans, Ohio leans, Michigan leans, Illinois leans, and Kansas leans for Harris, whereas Trump has Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Florida, with a lean on Missouri, Georgia, and Texas. So it is currently 8:24. The next round of polls will be closing, I believe, in, I'm assuming, 5 minutes. We'll see right here. Next polls to close. Okay, so it looks like Arkansas is the lone state. I'm going to pre-predict that one. I'm going to guess it's going to go to Donald Trump just based on historic norms. So we'll go ahead and go on to record the next video. And then it looks like we have New York closing at 9, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Louisiana, Nebraska, half of North Dakota and South Dakota for some reason, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, and a little bit of Texas will all be closing at 9. So we will revisit those states in half an hour. Let's go to the next video. We're going to go talk about the preamble a little more in depth. Not too much. This will be more of a quick video. So if you've been following along, there are these overarching longer videos that go a little bit into each one. But there, if you just want to try and get a long dose, perhaps you want to just listen to it in a podcast form. Whereas when you go into the individual ones, some of them may be big, but some of them may be small, like this one. So those would be like quick results. But the legislature, for example, in detail, that is a little long. And for these ones, we will be reading them straight through. So let's go into preamble, and we're going to go ahead and reread preamble. And I must have done this a while ago, and I did not know what I did. I don't know how I got that on there. That's weird. All right. I'll see what we can do to make that might come in handy later. If you know what plugin is causing this, or where did it come from, let me know in the comments. So let me go ahead and switch this to full screen, and then we will go ahead and start another video. Hi, my name is JD, and I am with the Cosmopolitan Coalition of United Earth. And in this video, we will be looking at the preamble. So the preamble of the Cosmopolitan template. It basically establishes the root and reciprocity, and establishes the 3 tests for legitimacy that will be used throughout the rest of the template. I'm going to be quoting as we go through each one of these. The legitimacy of government is derived exclusively from the consent of the governed. Legitimate governments are and ought to be designed in such a way as to minimize consent violations, balance interests uniformly, and govern effectively. A fair constitution describes rights and responsibilities of individuals and governments that must exist for a legitimate government to exist. It is observed to be entrenched in the laws of nature and is therefore immutable. So, what is that saying? The right to rule, the legitimacy of government is derived exclusively from the consent of the governed. Okay, so what does that mean? What that's saying is, if you take something like do unto others as you have them do unto you to its logical maximum conclusion, knowing nothing else about anyone else, if we're all equal in a group, doesn't matter what polygon, doesn't matter what country, nation, state, region, city, town, county, doesn't matter. Knowing nothing else, those who are subject to governance are the ones that must consent to that governance for that governance to be legitimized. And to look for that and see what that looks like, you derive those legitimacy tests. Minimize consent violations, which is take as little away from the individual as possible, right? If you're ever in a situation where you don't have to take something away from the individual, why would you? So you minimize that consent violation. But decisions have to be made. Someone's going to be mad at some point for some reason, justified or not. So therefore, you have to balance those interests uniformly. And we outline in other videos how that's done, especially with systems like ranked choice voting, proportional ranked choice voting. And then govern effectively, which is to say you do what you say on the tin. If it doesn't do what it says on the tin, then what's the point of it? Whether you voted for it or not. If it's not actually doing the thing, then it's not legitimate. Like, it's just there. So the basic structure doctrine, the description of the rights and responsibilities of individuals and governments that must exist for a legitimate government to exist, what that's basically saying is there are certain aspects of a social contract at scale, often called a constitution. And those aspects must exist there. Now, the goal of this particular template is to strip it down to as minimum as possible while still maintaining functionality. There's a few things in there that are arbitrary, and we go through them and talk about what those are. And if you were at the overview video, we did go into exactly our methodology for how we navigate around the perfection of language and the imperfection of humans to live up to their principles. But suffice to say, certain things must exist within that social contract, and that's what the basic structure doctrine is about. And so the self-evident entrenchment, what that's establishing is if that's true, right, about those basic structures, and these legitimacy tests are necessary, these are things that we are, and reciprocity is its root. These are things that we are finding in nature, and we are analyzing, not things we are making up from nothing. Right? And if you look more at our reciprocity article, you'll see that we do have common themes throughout very diverse cultures, throughout space and time, and even in non-humans. And there's animal behavior studies. A video is linked in that reciprocity article. And we see that we are all connected by this seeming pattern of pro-social behavior, and we can identify some of it and optimize it. And so that's what the preamble is about. Now, that being said, this video, along with this website and project generally, are continuing work in progress. If you're interested in helping, please go ahead and contribute now. You can contribute now. You can just be an audience member. That way you just get the updates. Or if you want to go ahead and put your support out there and put your name in our directory, you can go ahead and put your name on the map. It'll show up wherever you wish. You can be as general as your country or as specific as your city. If you're able to assist with your time or with your money or both, we do have volunteer and donor forms available. And if you're a leader inside your community, you have the ability to enact policy or have questions about the Cosmopolitan Coalition of United Earth, please feel free to reach out to us. After this first set of videos are completed, we'll be packaging everything together into a learning management system, and that will allow people who want to learn about us to be able to quickly go through it, especially those public figures who may want to be educated on it, or take a survey and let our members and their voters know how they feel about the various things we talk about. So, my name is JD. Thank you for your time, and I hope you have a good day. And for those who are still watching, that was the second video. So let's go ahead And move on to the next one. Go back to the template, and then we'll go to individuals, and then we're going to hold it there. And then let's go ahead and check the election results. Do we have anyone in? Hello from Twitch. Does not tell me. There we go. All right. Let's go find out if Kamala Harris or Donald Trump took Arkansas. Delaware is going for Kamala Harris. Looks like Virginia has become too close to call. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Oh, wow. Looks like Donald Trump is now leading in Virginia and North Carolina. Oh, it's it is tied. It could literally come down to one North Carolinian. Wow, that's crazy. So I'm just checking the Virginia results here. $34.4. So Google is ahead of the Washington Post. Hmm. Okay, so it looks like Illinois has been called. Which is probably where that. How many votes was that? That was 19 electoral votes. Okay. Arkansas was called. Oklahoma was called. Surprised Texas hasn't been called yet. They're probably going to be called soon. And it looks like DC is projected. It's not on this map yet. DC is projected to go That's weird. What NBC is saying that DC is called for Karis. I don't know. I don't know why it's one, not the other. Okay, so we got about 15 minutes before the next pulse close. So what I'm going to do is I am going to move into individual rights. We're going to go ahead and record that video. And we'll go from there. Hi, my name is JD, and I'm with the Cosmopolitan Coalition of United Earth. And in this video, we're going to be going through Article 1 of a Fair Constitution, or the Individuals section of the Cosmopolitan template. So for this one, we are going to read every one of them individually, but then because they're their own clauses, we're going to stop, talk about them, and we're going to talk about them in the frame of minimizing consent violations, balancing interest uniformly, and governing effectively. Because this is individuals, it's going to be heavier on the minimizing consent violations, because this is where you start from your consideration of your consent of the governed. So let's begin. Individuals are recognized everywhere and treated equally under the law, without distinction to any characteristic such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. This is ripped from the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. Effectively, this starts from this position is to say, it doesn't matter. I don't need to know anything else about you. You are treated equally under the law without distinction. We're starting from this position and then moving on from there. So it basically wipes the table clean, a clean slate for our government. Individuals can make decisions regarding their own life, body, health, and well-being without coercion or interference. Again, mine, me and mine. This is me. Freedom of expression. Individuals can freely express their thoughts, opinions, and ideas through any medium without fear of censorship, retribution, or suppression in public spaces, nor subjugation to community standards in their private spaces. So we're going to start with the end of that first. So community standards in private spaces. So basically, what's happening in the privacy of my own home is my own thing. There may be some community standard that the fully proportionally elected board of the town did on behavior in the street, but that does not affect what I'm doing in my house. So that's what that means. As far as beyond that, the individual expression of ideas. In order for me to have a say in how I am governed, I have to be educated. And in order for me to be educated, I have to be able to hear ideas that are contrary to stuff I already know. Whether I accept those ideas or not is a different question, but I have to be able to hear them. And therefore, everyone else must have a freedom of expression in order for me to learn. And so it's not only for me to be able to talk and profess my own ideas, it's to have the right to have my own mind changed with the introduction of new information. And that's why it's necessary. Freedom of religion and belief. Individuals can choose, practice, and manifest their religion or beliefs individually or in community with others without fear of persecution or discrimination to the extent this does not infringe on the rights of others. So all that's saying is freedom of religion. You're able to do as you wish for yourself and all those who are consenting with you. Whatever you're doing, though, despite of that, cannot infringe on someone else's religion or beliefs or otherwise rights and liberties that they have. If you want to take that to the reciprocity argument, if you didn't have that, they could do the same thing to you, and you wouldn't want someone else of a different religion or faith or belief system to be able to impose their will upon you. And so therefore, why are you imposing it on them? And so that's where freedom of religion and belief, to the extent that it doesn't infringe on the rights of others, that's where that comes in. Fair representation. Individuals are represented fairly and justly in the governing bodies of the jurisdictions they reside in. So that's pretty straightforward. Again, as we talked in other videos, Constitution is the promises we make to each other. So if the question is, well, how do you enforce that? We have a whole bunch of videos on that one about fully proportional voting systems. And we're going to have additional videos that haven't been produced about the checks and balances of holding your legislatures and judiciaries and executives accountable, and your jurisdictions generally. But within this context, the goal is that fair representation. Whatever the rainbow pie of interest is of the governed, it should be reflected as a rainbow, the same proportions of the rainbow pie of interest in your government. And again, look at those proportional ranked choice voting videos for that. Privacy and security. Individuals are secure in their bodies, homes, property, and communications from both government and private interference, including trespass, theft, warrantless or unreasonable searches, seizures, or surveillance. Again, it's my stuff, it's me, it's mine. I'm allowed to keep it private. I don't have to make it public. That's mine. When we talk about, well, what's unreasonable, well, that's where your judiciary tests will always come in, because someone must adjudicate something somewhere. But suffice to say, in the promise we make to ourselves, my stuff is my stuff, leave it alone unless I consent to releasing it. Speaking of consenting to release, freedom from compelled speech. Individuals are never compelled to speak for any reason except to testify to the truth of events in a court of law. You don't have to talk unless there's an actual subpoena and we got to get to the bottom of a legal question, and then you'll be called in. However, individuals are never compelled to make self-incriminating statements under any circumstances. I don't have to talk about me. I can stay silent. That doesn't even matter if I'm in a court, because I am my own ally. I owe it to myself before all others. That cannot be removed from me. And that's where that comes from. Supremacy of rights. Individuals are free from any law, contract, or agreement that attempts to disempower a fair constitution or their rights. So the right to contract is going to be talked about later, but there is no contract that can exist that can override a fair constitution, because if it exists, that means by definition it is unfair. And since it is unfair, it is invalidated, because these things are those that exist as part of the individual. They are part of the package of what it means to be an individual in a governance situation. So no clause could possibly exist to suspend those, because that clause, the creation of that clause in itself would be the equivalent of allowing a legislature to do a thing that would violate said individual right. So it is nonsensical to have any clause in any contract that stems from a fair constitution that is itself unfair. It's poisonous fruits. So the rights themselves shall hold supreme. Right to a fair trial. Individuals are entitled to fair and public trials judged by an impartial tribunal. We talk more about what a tribunal is and the necessity for the impartial judiciary in the judiciary video, which is yet to be produced. But suffice to say, that is a promise we make to each other, that if we think that there's something afoul, we will take it with consideration for all parties involved. Individuals are entitled to competent advocates representing them in a court of law, timely hearings, and a presumption of innocence until otherwise proven beyond reasonable doubt. This is a rip from the Bill of Rights. I don't know if you can hear it, just started raining here. This is a rip from the Bill of Rights, but the presumption of innocence. Unless we can definitively say that you violated this, then you didn't. It's that simple. We get to the bottom of it, we determine the answer, and maybe you did do something you weren't supposed to do, but you will have that representation. That is part of the system. Instead of making your lawyer an advocate, they are an advocate that is part of the system that you are so entitled to. Freedom from torture. Individuals are not subject to torture or to cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment under the law. There are certain things that are just above and beyond. And what those things are, how they are defined, is something we, again, adjudicate and we define in our legislation, but is a promise we make to each other that we will not torture each other. Access to individuals. Individuals have access to news and information and can report news freely without fear of censorship or interference. So this is just as I have the freedom to express myself, I also have the freedom to receive that information from someone's expression. This is the other side of that coin. It's a doubling up of that right by protecting both ends. The receiving and the sending of information in the expression, and the receiving information in the access. Right to vote. Individuals can vote in any election or referendum and can participate in all other public decision-making processes, regardless of any characteristic except jurisdictional association. The consent of the governed derived exclusively from, the consent of the governed is what causes that power to be active for that government. The right to rule comes from the ruled. Therefore, it is an absolute that if someone has the capacity to say, I want to go vote, they can go vote. Now, if there's a question as to whether, if they need assistance, if someone can override them or take advantage of them, that's a different question. But if someone can unassistedly say, I want to go vote in any language, and they have jurisdictional association, they are a resident of that thing, or if you have a different sort of criteria because it's not a geographic residential type of jurisdiction, but something else, as long as they are associated with it, they're subject to the rules of it, then they are entitled to that vote. And the mirror side of that, the right to stand for office. Individuals can stand for any elected office or civil appointment, as well as participate in any other electoral process, regardless of any characteristic except jurisdictional association. So if you can make it so that you can block people from running for office, then that means you can effectively tell me who I can and cannot vote for, which is effectively impinging on my right to vote. So on the other side of the right to vote is the right to, or the other right to select is the right to be selected. And so therefore, the right to stand for office in your jurisdictional association is also likewise protected. Freedom of assembly and association. Individuals can peacefully assemble and associate with any other individual without fear of warrantless or unreasonable intervention or repression. This is the freedom of expression in bulk, in public, or in private. You can come together and have discussions and decide to make decisions. That is built into the system and is necessary. Individuals can engage in enterprise, commerce, and other economic activities freely without warrantless or unreasonable restrictions. So within your jurisdictions, you're allowed to engage in your free enterprise. That is part of the game. We go more into free enterprise and social services. Later, we'll talk about access to common good services in this own article, but we go more into the balance between private and public in the government section. Freedom of movement. Individuals can move within and between jurisdictions, subject only to reasonable, justifiable, and temporary limitations that respect public safety and security. So maybe there's like a hurricane wiped away some roads and you need to block off some stuff, or there's an actual natural disaster that's causing massive flooding, or maybe there's an actual invasion and that has to be dealt with. So outside of those situations, makes sense for your impinging of your freedom of movement. But outside of those things, if the land itself is a public good, then you are free to move within it as it is your jurisdiction. Free movement of capital and goods. So this is similar, except it's instead of talking about the individual, it's talking about individuals can move capital, goods, and services within and between jurisdictions, subject only to reasonable regulations that promote economic cooperation and fairness. Again, this is a situation of I am in one region that's part of this encompassing jurisdiction we agree to be a part of. I can go to a different region or a different city within that same overall encompassing jurisdiction, and I can move not only myself with my freedom of movement, but also my capital and goods and business from one place to another. So that's coming up for the individual. Access to common good services. Individuals have equal access to goods and services of the common good, regardless of any characteristic except jurisdictional association. What that's saying is, if we decide to have a public Wi-Fi, that means everyone's allowed to have public Wi-Fi. If you have a public school system, everyone's entitled to use the public school system. Anything that is created by a jurisdiction is accessible by the governed of that jurisdiction. Individuals can reside in any jurisdiction of their choosing and are subject to the laws of the jurisdiction they choose to reside in. Again, this is taking that freedom of movement and the freedom of capital of goods, and it is attaching that to a more permanent position. It's saying it's not only that you're moving through it or doing business there, you can choose to now live there. It doesn't matter which region you choose to live in, as long as you are part of the same jurisdiction, encompassing jurisdiction, then you can move in and about on a permanent basis. Freedom to contract. Individuals can freely form contracts and agreements with others to protect their rights and interests. Again, so this is the add-on to the economic freedom, right? We can engage in commerce, but we can engage in contractual agreement. We can make our own social contracts. We talked earlier about how those social contracts can't overwrite the social contract of fairness, but otherwise we can create our clauses and have our interests met in a way that can be open and fair for all involved. And then we have the right to petition and protest. Individuals can create, petition, and protest governments for redress of grievances. If the government's not doing what you want and you're having trouble with them, you're allowed to make it known that you're having an issue, and you can do that in concert with others by combining it with other rights. This is your allotment. Just as you have the freedom of expression and the freedom of information, so too must the government be able to hear from the governed, and this is that. And then finally, last but certainly not least, individuals can do what is necessary and the laws of nature allow to secure their rights. So that basically is your anti-dictator rule. It's the same rights that were used by the revolutionaries when they got rid of the monarchy for their own representation. It is saying that if your system is oppressive, you have a right to resist that system, to secure those rights that are under a fair constitution. We talk more about that in Article 6, restoring constitutional order, the section on restoring constitutional order. We also talk about it more in the legislatures when we talk about emergency powers and how they should automatically expire. But those are the 24 rights and privileges of individuals for minimizing consent violations, balancing interests uniformly, and governing effectively. This video, along with this webpage, is a work in progress. So if you'd like to help in any way you can, please go ahead and contribute now. If you'd like just to be an audience member, get some updates from us, you can go ahead and sign up there. If you want to be on the map and say, this is who I am and this is where I'm from, whether it's your country or state or city, you can go ahead and sign up and you can be on the supported directory. It doesn't cost anything. They're both totally free. However, if you would like to donate your time and or money, we do have volunteer and donation sign-up forms. You can go check those out at cosmopolitancoalition.org or go to, again, hit the Contribute Now button. If you're a community leader and you're interested in talking more about these principles with your own constituencies, we would love to hear from you, whether you're a business leader or a lawmaker or any other community leader of any kind. We're definitely interested in having a conversation. This is going to take us all working together. My name is JD with the Cosmopolitan Coalition of United Earth, and I thank you for listening and have a good day. All right, that's individuals. All right, let's see what we have. We still got our one Twitch viewer. And we are still streaming on the YouTubes. Let's go ahead and check our live stream. Okay, so Donald Trump will take Florida. Let's go ahead and okay. Looks like 16% reporting. Okay. Go ahead and check our stream here. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go silent for about 5 minutes, and then I will be right back, and we will go check on the election results. We'll probably check on the ranked choice voting when we come back. We'll check some of those ballots, and then we will go ahead and do the legislatures section. This is interesting. For some reason, NBC does not match up with the Associated Press by a lot. So it looks like in North Carolina, Charlotte is the one with the most outstanding vote. So that's why they haven't called it, even though Trump is leading, because his lead may get swallowed up depending on how many people in Mecklenburg County voted. It looks like there's a lot standing out here in Georgia that hasn't been called in, and over here, here. So it looks like Georgia and North Carolina are in the air, and the fact that Virginia is in the air is kind of interesting. Okay, so it looks like Trump is going to take Ohio, and he is going to take Indiana. Surprised that Missouri is. That wasn't expected. Let's take a look. I'm going to go search for the ranked choice voting ballots. Looks like Amendment 79, right to abortion and health insurance coverage. Interesting. In Colorado is currently leading with 69% of the vote. Only 10% of the votes are in though, so that is subject to change. Looks like right to abortion in Florida did not pass. It looks like they did get a majority. Let's see. I guess they need 60%. So even though yes got 57%, so a majority of Floridians does think there should be a right, it is not sufficient to make it a right. You need at least 60%. Maryland has no information yet on their question 1, right to abortion. Missouri, Amendment 3, right to abortion. That looks like that's leading right now with 64% of the vote. Montana also has an initiative, but their polls have not closed yet. They won't close for another 42 minutes. Looks like for amendment, prohibit abortions after first trimester, prohibits abortions after the first trimester unless necessitated by emergency or the pregnancy has resulted in a sexual assault or incest. So it looks like that is currently going to, it looks like it's ahead right now with 27% of the vote in. Okay. Nebraska, right to an abortion is currently losing. Against is 56%, for is 43%. Nevada doesn't have their poll data in. New York, right to abortion, 74% yes, 25% no, 20% in. So that's currently looking like a yes. South Dakota, right to abortion is 33% no, 66% winning, but there's only 1% in. So let's look at elections and voting. Eliminate partisan primaries in Arizona. That's not in yet. Repeal top 4 ranked choice voting in Alaska. So we'll see what that says. Colorado, top 4 ranked choice voting initiative. Currently 46% yes, 53% no. No excuse absentee voting amendment in Connecticut. 54% yes so far. Initiative ranked choice voting, no results in. Iowa, amendment to citizenship required to vote and allow 17-year-olds to vote in primaries. That is 79.9% yes. Idaho, top 4 ranked choice voting, no results in yet. Idaho, citizenship requirement to vote amends Idaho to require that only a citizen of the United States can vote in the state. Citizenship requirement to vote passed in Kentucky. Require citizenship to vote and prohibit ranked choice voting in Missouri. Establishes only citizens who are Missouri residents can vote and prohibits ranked choice voting. Wow, they're trying to take away the ability to have more people represented in Missouri? That's crazy. Citizenship requirement to vote passed in North Carolina, 75%. Nevada has a top 5 ranked choice voting question that is going to be closing in about 39 minutes. Nevada also has a voter ID requirement that we don't know about yet. Establish a citizen redistricting commission in Ohio is currently failing, 46% yes, 53% no. Oklahoma also passed a citizenship requirement to vote. Ranked choice voting for federal and state elections. Established a ranked choice vote for federal and state offices. In Oregon, that has yet to be resolved. Okay, South Carolina citizenship requirement to vote is yes. Top 2 primary in South Dakota is currently failing at 70% no. Wisconsin citizenship requirement to vote is currently failing, but only 0.4% of the vote is in, so we'll see what happens there. On immigration, increased border law enforcement. Currently, that is for Arizona only. Looks like legalizing marijuana in Florida. It required an amendment, so even though 55% said yes, you need 60% to pass, so that was not passed. North Dakota is currently voting on that. It is currently 40% yes, 60% no, 6% in, so it's too early to tell. South Dakota is also looking at legalizing marijuana, and they are also too early to tell. It looks like California is doing a right to marry and a repeal of Proposition 8. So they're going to put a right to marry in the state's constitution. We will see what happens when that closes. It looks like on minimum wage, Alaska has Measure 1 that hasn't come in yet. It looks like Arizona wants to decrease the tipped minimum wage, or minimum wage for tipped workers. And then California wants to establish an $18 minimum wage by 2026. And then Massachusetts wants to increase the minimum wage for tipped employees. So it looks like Massachusetts wants to increase the minimum wage. Arizona wants to decrease it. California wants to increase it. And Alaska wants minimum wage and paid sick leave. Missouri Proposition A, minimum wage and earned sick pay, is currently a yes. So it looks like you may get a sick pay law in Missouri, of all places. So it establishes a $13.75 per hour wage by 2025 and $15 by 2026. Required. Oh, that only puts that within $3 of California. That's for Missouri. That's a jump. It's currently winning at 70% of the vote, but only 13% is in. And finally, no, that's it. So those are all the ballot measures currently in play, most of which are undecided. Okay. Okay. All right, so I'm going to take another 5. I'm going to go ahead and just hide myself and then hide the go dark. When we come back, it looks like we still have some time before the next polls close. So we're going to go ahead and go through the legislatures. This will be the second largest one remaining. The only one larger than this one would be the jurisdictions in terms of length. But we're going to go ahead and go through a legislature. And when I come back, and then we will carry on. Okay, I think in future streams I need to put something up like a sign that says "Be right back" or "Be right back" by this time. See what the polls are looking like before we begin. Oh. No movement. 22 minutes to the next one. So I'm going to go ahead and mute this stream over here, which I would. I'm watching NBC News, just to let you know. I no love for them particularly. They just showed up and they're doing live results. I'm also checking Google, and that's what I'm showing. I am not playing the audio from that because I don't want to touch that copyright mess. So I can hear it, but you shouldn't be able to hear them. All right. Huh, looks like Astral has concluded their counting in North Carolina, and they have split 60-30. I don't know if they're already counted in the percentage, but yeah. All right. We'll see what we get there in a few minutes. All right. Going to go ahead and record the second one. So if you're just joining the stream, what I'm doing is I am checking the results, putting those in, having a quick conversation. I'm also continuing to record videos. So there are some explainer videos that have already been posted to YouTube throughout the day. They were scheduled, they were recorded last night. And they're just, if you don't have time to read through the website, or if you're not quite sure what I mean by certain phrases, maybe some of the language you don't understand, or maybe there's just a translation of text to speech that, you know, in our, even though the words look the same, we may interpret them differently. So some context is necessary in order to have a quality conversation. And that's the goal, right? I don't care who you are, what you did, what you believe, doesn't matter to me. All I care about is representation, minimizing consent violations, including yours, and balancing interests, including yours, and governing effectively, you know, for all of us, because that's what it's about, because we are literally stuck with each other forever. And, you know, spending $2.4 trillion as a planet, this is not a criticism of any one nation. All have failed, and we will get into that if we get this far into the night. Because there's a whole other side to this. Once we finish this template, and we'll be going into, if you stick around, we'll be going into the actual like meat of the problems. Like, what do you get for all the work of trying to work together? What do you get out of it? Like, what problems do we look at crises that can help us address? And then we can see if maybe we want this even for our own interests, even if we already currently have it kind of good, you know, because there is still room to improve here in efficiency. The people who don't have it good don't need to be told. They may need to be told that, hey, learned helplessness isn't going to get us anywhere. Let's get a fucking move on. Oop, I don't know if that's demonetized. I don't know. I wasn't even checking for the monetization. Anyway, we are going to have to get our behinds in gear because this is on all of us. We are all responsible in some way or another, and we'll have future conversation about that with regard to advocating our role for those of us who own stock in companies. When we give it to the 401k, we are abdicating our vote in the decisions that those organizations make. So let's have a think about all that. Because if the board decided to grow a spine, as it were, for any given cause, for those who criticize the corporate structure, then we know implicitly that that organization's board is compelled to find one that will grow the company. Right? Even if the whole board did it, the shareholders, which are normally controlled by the stockbrokers, would be compelled, because the stockbrokers need their clients. They want to do well themselves, but they also need their clients' money to improve. So they're going to do it just to increase the value. And who's controlling the stockbrokers? People who own stock, 401ks, pension funds, all of it. Mortgages, if you're paying off a mortgage. We are all part of this system. So in some sense or another, we are on the hook. Oh, don't get me wrong. There are those who are more guilty than others because they have the power to perpetuate the system and they choose not to. But this isn't about blame. This is about solutions. And so time has come to hammer out a deal. All right. We're going to go through legislatures and what a basic legislature looks like. And then we're going to go on to the rest of the things. I would like to go through these tonight because I'd really like to get to the omni problem, as it were, the fire, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore, and why it's a big deal for all of us. No matter who's listening, this applies to you. I'm angry with you. You may not believe it, and it may take a lot of explaining for me to get you there, but I will do what is necessary. All right, let me go ahead and start recording, and we'll go through legislatures. Hi, my name is JD. I'm with the Cosmopolitan Coalition of United Earth, and today we're going to be going through the legislatures. This is Article 2 of a Fair Constitution, if you're on the Cosmopolitan Party Foundation's website. In the Cosmopolitan Coalition, this is the Cosmopolitan Template legislature section. So if you've also been following along, we've had an entire video series ongoing at this point. We are continuing that on. This unit is the Cosmopolitan Template itself. It's sort of looking at the nerdy nitty gritty. If that's not your thing, you're just interested in what kind of initiatives would be things we would apply in the real world. We set aside some focus areas that you can see. And you can go at those in brief, or you can check out a specific focus area if you want to learn more about what we're doing. Forthcoming, how we're going to be doing that is going to be its own video series, and that'll come after we finish this video series with the template. Because we are currently on the fourth focus area, Cosmopolitan Template. All right, so let's continue. This is legislatures. So legislatures are established through the consent. Again, that rainbow pie of interest, whatever it is, you get that becomes the deciders, right? And they're the ones who are going to decide the rules, who's going to give and take and responsible and make sure, should we have this program or that program, or is everyone on their own on that kind of thing? What's the decision? How are we going to treat each other? How would we like to be treated? What is our kingdom of ends? And we will wheel and deal, and people will wink and nod and elbow and occasionally break the rules, and we will find them and slap their hands, and we will do the right things to make sure that system works. And if we don't, we can get removed. But we will get removed with the most representative system possible, so it's not an adversarial system. So therefore, as long as we do a good job, we should have a good chance of making things work. And if there are things beyond our control, we should admit, unfortunately, this thing is beyond this role's control. It is a part of nature. It should be communicated to our constituents like we are adults, because we are adults. And in a cooperative atmosphere, with that interest, you have that full consent, or is that full as possible consent with that proportional ranked choice voting. Go ahead and check out that focus area. But even after you get that, in order to stabilize that, the instrument that is created from that transference of consent to a smaller body of individuals for a temporary period, that transference has to abide by certain rules within itself to be representative. Because if it's not representative, then all is for naught for the election that you've created. And so, sorry, and so we have the legislature section. We acknowledge that they are created through the consent, aforementioned rainbow pie of interests. And so they have various roles. There are certain duties that legislatures in the general sense should do to be legit. If they ain't doing these things, then I have questions. Like, why? Who are you accountable to, if not, you know, everyone? Because you are an individual acting within a capacity of a role. Who's in that role is irrelevant. That is the decision of the people at the time who are making the decision. Our only goal here is to make sure that whatever that outcome is the thing that most people are like, yeah, I think that was a good one, because that is the maximum reflection of the reciprocity. See how we're making that chain? So they have to adopt rules of order and ethics. Legitimate legislatures adopt suitable rules of order and codes of ethics that apply to all elected officials and civil officers. By the way, you'll see headers, and sometimes you'll see text and it won't be quoted, and sometimes it will. If it's being quoted in this section through this series, that means that is a direct reference to something in a fair constitution, which is just the same template. It's just if you just had it as a singular test case of a law, as it were. And philosophers and political scientists can go pick it apart and call it incomplete, and I can be like, fine, let's argue about it. Here's the Discord. So that's what that is when you see those. Second, establish an independent administrative office. Legislatures establish independent and politically neutral offices for administering parliamentary procedures, enforcing ethical codes, and for investigating any cases of suspected misconduct. So, if it is true that we want our legislature to be that rainbow pie of interests, because the point is to represent all as all possible, then it is also true that whoever has control of that legislature should not be representative just of the majority, but of the entirety. And that is your speaker. And we see this in organizations like the Parliament of the United Kingdom. Despite their election system and their voting system being flawed as heck, and again, I can prove it, go check the math, despite that, their speaker is a neutral entity that that doesn't care about the party affiliation. It's not about that. It's about the member. You represent this. You are all equal here. Whoever like you may have seniority in terms of some decorum and all that stuff, but in terms of the will of the constituents being heard in the chamber for the nature of law to proceed in a peaceful way that is prosperous to all in the ways that we agree are prosperous to all so we can believe in them, that speaker better be neutral. And in countries where it's not, the decisions of those legislatures are suspect, because that speaker has control over what can and cannot even come to the floor to be debated. And so everything becomes rhetoric and nothing's actually put to a real vote in cases like this. So therefore, you must have that administrative office. And of course, you have internal affairs. You have those rules and orders and ethics that must be enforced. So you're going to have that neutral officer who has no vote, no power, no sway. They cannot be swayed politically in any way that counts in a sliced house, which you would ordinarily not have in a coalition-built system, proportional ranked choice voting, where it is direct from voter to individual, because then it's all about the individual, which means you can cross party lines, even in negotiations. So that neutrality is reinforced there, and that cooperation is reinforced there. You ensure the right to vote and stand for election. Legislatures ensure that all individuals associated with their jurisdiction have the right to vote for their representatives and have the right to be chosen as representatives for any office in their jurisdiction. Okay. So that duty to that right to vote to exist is there. There is often debate about whether it is a positive duty on the legislature to ensure these things, or if it is something that is more esoteric, that exists as a fact of nature, but not necessarily a law enforced, and that's not really the point. This removes all doubt. Basic duties is saying, you must do this. There is no question. So this is the negative on top of the positive. This locks that in. If you are declaring yourself to be the most legitimate thing in any legislature to come along to claim to have a legislative power like you is more legitimate, and therefore the standing executive should pay attention to them. If you want to beat them, then you better hold that all who are subject to you and control that executive are fully represented. Because if they're not, you're going to lose. Because the defensive forces, whoever they may be, the executive branch, the civil environment, the civilian infrastructure, however you wish to define it, that is gonna follow the fair rules. And if we're establishing some basic fair rules here, like you got to hold yourself accountable and you have to have our consent, then you better ensure that. And if you're not ensuring that, I have questions. Ensure election security and integrity. Pardon me. Ensure election and security and integrity. Legislatures ensure the security and integrity of free and fair election processes. Secure the secret ballot for all individuals and maintain public chains of custody for the counting of votes where all factions can observe and audit the election and ballot counting processes. Okay, so this is a big thing in a lot of places right now. There are, in free and fair democracies, procedures in place where you can witness the ballot counting, and it is right there in public and everyone takes a look. In fact, not only that, but major parties do, in fact, because every vote counts, put poll watchers in those districts. This has always been true. People who are neutral and not affiliated with either party, those are affiliated with both parties. They all watch the same things at the same time and they have the access the same way. When those things are occurring, that is a sign of a free and fair election. And making sure that all of those chains of custody are accurate is 100% a guarantee, no problem. There is an alternative there's an alternative side that hears what I'm saying, and I can tell that they think that it is a way of restriction of vote. And I understand with regard to like things like ID and stuff. I believe that there is another video in here somewhere where unsubsidized ID requirements, like when you impinge that, is just basically a tax by the back door, a poll tax by the back door, which would not pass a legitimacy test. If you check the legitimacy tests article, we have a pass and a fail example for each of them, just to kind of give you an idea of what we're talking about. But suffice to say, integrity, yes, but it is the burden of the state and incumbent upon the state to complete its civics duty to make sure that it can happen. All processes that must exist, and we'll go through that as we go through these basic duties. Actually, no, sorry, that's the very next one. Ensure voting accessibility. Legislatures ensure all individuals living in their respective jurisdictions have the necessary time and resources required to cast their ballots in all elections. Again, you're claiming to be the most legitimate legislature that ever legitimated, which means you're ultimately responsible for keeping up the system, which means you better staff it appropriately so we all have an opportunity in as much a way as possible. And in this modern world, we know there's many ways to make that happen. So if you're not doing that, my question is why? Maintain population records. Legislatures keep accurate and up-to-date records on the population of their residents for the purposes of apportioning taxes, resources, and legislative seats to any subdivisions that may exist in a jurisdiction. Yeah, I mean, this is basic, you know, got to keep you honest, because power is power. So that's why we do the counting. That's why we get counted, so that we know. It's annoying. A lot of people don't like it, but it's a thing and have to do it. And it's not really that hard these days. Like with the age of isolation is pretty much over. Not for everyone, but the planet is changing post COVID. More people are online than ever. Our ability to travel from one end of the planet for a lot of people, not for everyone, but for a lot of people, within 24 hours is so quick that it makes no difference. So this is just a preparation for an inevitability that's going to happen. Perhaps in our lifetimes, maybe not. But I think we're trending towards a unity if we can get some things down. So carrying on, ensuring voting accessibility. Yes. Maintaining population records, setting terms of office and election intervals. Okay, legislatures set the expiration of terms of office and set regular intervals for elections of elected officials. Unless otherwise amended, elections occur every 5 years. Okay, so terms expire. Term starts, they expire. You have a set interval. As far as the calling of elections before and after and votes of no confidence, I think we're mute on that as a power, but this does not preclude that. So this is just ensuring that the power of a legislature expires unless the election occurs. This way, we understand what a legitimate government is. If you're unable to maintain that, then there's a problem, right? Because as we can see in this day and age, come hurricane or pandemic, the vote can happen. It need not. In war zones, during the Civil War in the United States, and they did have an election. So we can do it. I'm just checking here. Okay, that was not an election result. All right, so moving on, we are going to go to, if you're watching this afterwards, this is currently a live stream. This segment will be recorded and posted as an explainer video. So you're also getting a little bit extra. So this is captured, it's about 10 o'clock Eastern on November 5th. So let's see, we're going to set the terms of office and election intervals. We talked about that. All right, establish independent election boards. Legislatures establish independent election boards responsible for ensuring that boundaries of subdivisions are drawn equally, contiguously, and fairly, as well as administering a transparent and public election process. Unless otherwise amended, the maximum number of members a legislature or one of its subdivisions can have before it splits is 9. So that's a very long-winded way to say one of the 8 political offices that the legislature needs to create as one of those neutral officers that we, just like the administrative office, it has to be for the drawing of your subdivisions if you have them. It caps it at 9. It must split at 9. That's an arbitrary number. It's obviously adjustable. But that's basically, it's saying that your subdivisions must be equalized, and you can't have more than 9 members without the break when you get to that level. So what this would incentivize is either keeping your council small, which would probably be a case for like a city council, right? You don't normally need a subdivision and a city council of more than 9, but if you do, break it out as minimally as possible, right? And that way you can have as much of the proportion of your entire district represented there. And if you feel the need to subdivide further with an internal bicameral system, like you're a very large metropolis and that's just kind of the way it works for you, then yeah, there's nothing that, I mean, again, this is a scalable system. Like, it can go one step further down, no problem. And so then you can have your equal number borough and your, writ large city, proportion of population or whatever, and go from there. So this is, again, very generic. We're going to now go to a big one. We've talked about this at length today, so we're hitting on it here. Establish proportional voting systems. Legislatures establish voting systems where the factional makeup of an elected body is matched to the collective preferences of the voters. Unless otherwise amended, the method of voting used in elections is single transferable vote using the Droop quota method. So for the interest of simplicity, I've been saying proportional ranked choice voting because it describes what it is. It's a ranked vote. It's proportional. Specifically, the one that's written here is single transferable vote using the Droop quota because, in my opinion, which I am happy to see challenged, that's what gets you to that proportion best. It reduces in terms of reducing wasted votes, right? Because if we say that mandate is a thing, the people have mandated, the person won by 60% and it did an electoral landslide. If that is a thing, then that means that's measurable, right? Because if it was really close, they'd be like, the country is divided. Okay, so that means it's measurable. And so if it's measurable, you can therefore say you can maximize a mandate. And if you believe in the concept of democracy generally, because it's about representation generally and the consent of the governed, then anything short of a proportional ranked choice voting system is disproportionate by definition. And therefore, someone's getting a rub somewhere and they're able to leverage better. And that is a problem. It's not actually representative in a world where everyone knows better, because everyone does know better, because now everyone is educated. Not everyone's educated to the point where they pay attention to politics closely, but everyone's educated to the point where they know their self-interest and they know what they want, and they're going to play the system to the best that they can. And so without this proportional voting system in this day and age, you're not being representative. So that's why it's set to that level. And that gets baked in when we get to ratification. Not that's the specific method here, but you can't work backwards. PEG quorum requirement to full membership. So what that's basically establishing is that you have to have your full membership for your decision. Legislatures require the consent of a majority, or if explicitly stated, supermajority of all serving members to pass bills, appointments, and other acts into law. So what that's effectively establishing is the whole, not just the number of people who are there, but the whole is required. Now, maybe you only have the majority of the whole present at the time of the bill and set your rules how you're going to set your rules on that one, but regardless, at least that number, then at that point, 100% of them must agree in order to pass anything. So why you're going to have, I mean, that's cutting it razor thin, but sure. And so that's why you peg it to the whole, right? And to that point of meeting, legislatures must meet regularly to compel the attendance of their members should it be necessary. Legislatures are required to meet at least once every 90 days. So what this is, if you don't have regular meetings, what are you doing? This is putting a trigger on what it means to legitimize yourself. You must meet at least once every 90 days. Now that's arbitrary, that 90 days. It can be set to whatever the culture or common law of the area is. That's an arbitrary number, but the point is it has to have a recurring cycle. It has to have a purpose to meet, because if it fails to meet, then there is no consent transferred. There is no government in existence, which means at that point, Article 6 takes into effect and the people have to go, well, what do we do now? We're gonna have to create a government because the government didn't meet. So that's where that comes in. Because just because your legislature failed doesn't mean you can't have a legislature. It just means they can't figure out how to make it work out. So now you have to come up with a new system. So that's where the whole regular meetings comes into play, to have that legitimized legislature. They must publish their records publicly. Legislatures publish a public and readily available record of statements made, bills presented, and votes cast with explanations for those decisions. This is the proof of work. I know too many out there right now who know, hey, I gotta document my tickets, right? I have to make sure I put in my receipts, put in those TPS reports. Well, so do the legislatures. It's a fiduciary duty. And if you don't think it is, I'd like to know why. I mean, why isn't there an open record for that role if it affects us all? That's interesting. Execute legislative priorities and constitutional order. Okay, so this is something else that will also be tied to the later article, constitutional order. Legislatures begin each day's session by counting the members present in order to show a sufficient number of members are present to do business. So you're not getting around that one person there with a letter. Nuh-uh. Then legislatures resolve any emergency powers outstanding. So if the legislature presented any emergency power or an emergency power is currently active due to another trigger, they have to work on that issue to figure it out. And they can either continue to persist with it, or it expires if it has reached the maturation. We'll get more into that in emergency powers. Outstanding, and any constitutional matters brought before them by a fair constitution or relevant court of law. So basically, if there was a remand from a judicial branch that was wanting to refer something to the legislature, those matters would have to be resolved. And that comes into play with the way that we implemented the constitutional veto, but that is more of an arbitrary link. You can put that onto another being, but someone would have to establish who that veto body is. We just put it there. Legislatures beginning. So I'm just gonna read that again because that was a lot in a very short amount. Legislatures begin each day's session by counting the members present in order to show a sufficient number of members are present to do business. Then legislatures resolve any emergency powers outstanding and any constitutional matters brought before them by a fair constitution or a relevant court of law. So are there basic duty, constitution matters brought to them by a fair constitution? Are their basic duties fulfilled? Have they done everything that we have talked about thus far? So that is an activation clause. Have you done the things you're supposed to do? And then you can continue passing other things. This would prevent any erroneous legislation or legislatures that decide to just ignore the constitutional order. It would be obvious and plain what they're not doing. And so that, in its entirety, are the basic duties of a legislature as we can see them. And if you think that something's missing, there is an engagement. We have a Discord on this. Please go check that out. If you'd like to learn more about the proportional voting systems that we wish were enacted in some cases, at least, you can go ahead and learn more there. So we're going to look a little bit more deeply at the Speaker of the Legislature, especially for people who live in areas of the world that do not have this kind of neutral officer. There's our partisan, or it's ultimately, they're not seen as much as being beholden to the group as a whole. So, role and election of the Speaker. The Speaker of a legislature is a politically neutral officer who presides as the chair of meetings, represents the whole of a legislature, and ensures a legislature operates smoothly. At the first meeting of a legislature after an election, speakers are elected by the supermajority of a legislature and serve until the next new legislature. Speakers can be replaced by a supermajority of the legislature at any time. So what this is establishing is the powers of this speaker are such that they're not really going to be able to help you in your negotiations on specific legislation under this paradigm. And because it requires a supermajority in order to get them through in the first place, it's not worth the fight. So just pick someone who can do the admin, who you both guys can trust to keep everyone accountable and, you know, decorum in the chamber and all that fun stuff. And their sub officers and whatnot, or do even a proportional ranked choice vote and have you know, the runners up be other speakers temporary or something like that. But regardless, that is the scope of the role of the speaker and the establishment of how they are subject to the whole of the legislature and how they can be removed. They're not all powerful either. There we go. The speaker of a legislature does not vote on any act unless they need to break a tie. That's common in here. That is something that's established in here, but arbitrary. You could just remove that and have a default, but that would require your supermajority consent because you're ultimately changing a constitution. So whatever the constitution change mechanism is for your government, whether it's still simple law or if it requires a higher threshold or multiple interests involved, you would need whatever that change is to change it here. Facilitation of member priorities. The speaker of a legislature ensures that each member can communicate their priorities to the legislature. Again, this is the point of a speaker. They represent everyone. Who is the leader of a particular party is not of interest to the speaker and should never be of interest to the speaker. They are the administrator of the chamber, the keeper of the stones, if you get the Marvel reference. They just sit and wait, and they just act as they are supposed to. There's a movie that I cannot find the name of, but I see clips of it on YouTube about King Charles and the English Civil War. And there is a quote from the speaker that I wish I could remember. If anyone can look it up at some point later, put it in the comments. But it's great about what the nature of a speaker is. Committee assignments and judicial role. The speaker of a legislature makes sure the committee seat assignments are fairly distributed in accordance with constitutional procedures and serves as the judge in all questions of impeachment, censure, and expulsion except their own. So in here we have, if you have this most neutral of all neutral persons who's supposed to be administering the chamber, then if there is such a question of an issue for a member for whatever reason, that's the person you're going to want in charge of it. And since they basically have control over the thing for everyone, and they have to facilitate all member priorities, you want them to be, again, that highly representative speaker. You don't want that to be a partisan position. Doesn't go well for anybody involved eventually. So let's talk about committees, because here is where, and we don't have this as a focus area, but there is some interest. The way that this particular template is set up, you can do something interesting with committee assignments where you can directly transfer not only the proportions of the committee, which we'll go into, but also direct winning of committee seats for members for at least one house. We'll talk about that here. So what are committees? Establishment of committees. Legislatures, by supermajority vote, establish committees made of smaller numbers of members for the purposes of considering specific issues and organizing the flow of the legislative process. So, as saying, hey, you need something, we need a subunit, we need a small group of people to work on a thing. That's what that's saying. The factional makeup of committee seats and committees align with the factional makeup of the whole legislature. Within each faction, committee seats are distributed evenly between members. Okay, so committee seats are, okay, so what that's basically establishing is you take, if you have 7 committees, no, let's make it an even number. If you have 10 committees and each committee seat has 10 roles on it, you have 100 total committee seats in the whole thing. So you look at your factional outcomes, if there are factional outcomes, and then you have your unaffiliated, and you just put them temporarily as their own outcome, and you distribute them accordingly. Then within their own seats, those within their own committees, there may be some like faction imbalance where you have only one member that doesn't divide evenly. But as long as you started by doing the whole, then you know that you got that faction proportions right. And then within it, you might have a rounding error or a few, but mostly it all comes out proportional. So the way this happens is at the first legislative meeting after a general election, each faction is awarded their respective committee seats based on factional proportions. Then each member chooses their own committee assignments in a ranked preference ballot. So what this is saying is, I want to be on XYZ committee. I got elected and I want to go in. So you get your first choice, second choice, third choice, fourth choice. See, because the committee seats are stated. We know what they are going in. So therefore, I, as the legislature, just get to choose. And if there's no conflict, I get the seat. And if there's conflict, we have a ranked choice preference ballot that'll jockey out the rest. But there's a little bit of a twist here. Because our subdivisions need to be made in fair ways where you have that even distribution of the population. Recall earlier, if you have a district of 9, or if you have a 5 and a 4, right, you'll have 40,000 in one and 50,000 in the other if it was like a 90,000 population. So that the populations are the same, which means that you have a common performance potential because everyone can vote. It's not like there's anyone who can't vote because voting isn't universal. You have a common performance potential for your committee seats. So keep that in mind as we continue here. I'm going to start this over. At the first legislative meeting after a general election, each faction is awarded their respective committee seats based on the factional proportions. Pie of interests. Then each member chooses their own committee assignments in a ranked preference ballot. Committee assignments are assigned in order of preference first, then by procedurally resolving ties when the number of members of the same preference exceed the number of seats available on a committee. Ties are broken by ranking each member's own first choice vote performance in their prior selection. If a tie in the prior election, if a tie remains for the final seat, subsequent ranked vote performance is considered. So basically what that's saying is, since your district and my district must ultimately, since all of our districts must ultimately have the same number of members in them, or at least to the proportion that the number of winners there are in our district, then the number of people who voted for me first and the number of people who voted from you first is a say on our committee assignments. We can say in advance what committees we want to go for because what we care about in our district, right? Because what we care about in our district could be different from other districts. And so different people may want to go after committee seats. And so the question becomes, who wants it more? And that is measurable between districts once you're resolving the ties at this level. If it's preference first and there's no conflict, then hey, cooperation. And this solves a lot of cooperation. This makes it so that a lot of people get their choice assignments. The maximum number of people get their choice assignments. And for the people who don't get their choice assignments, they're most likely going to get their second or third or choice, eventually. So they're going to be most happy. But for the highly competitive ones, it comes down to who gets the most votes for it. Like your faction disparity is, your factions are already settled. Your faction proportions are resolved. So this is, for the record, a post general election automatic primary. Because, and with independent support. That's how you can transfer your consent in a single proportional ranked choice voting election directly to your committee seat assignments to the maximum preference of all legislatures involved. They merely need to get out the most of their vote, which encourages them to incentivizes them to likewise encourage maximum voting capacity and making sure that all their members are heard. It creates a virtuous cycle. Now, for jurisdictions with jurisdictions inside them, the rise of a bicameral legislature has its complications to that, but I still think it's competitive. I would need a mathematician who knows more about certain outcomes to help me with that one. I can't prove that for the bicameral legislature, but on a proportional based one where the populations are the same, for sure, that's competitive. But on the equal state level, it would have to be percentage based because it wouldn't make sense to do it by population directly. That would be overpowered. But I'm not sure if percentages are doable. So anyone who gets this video afterwards, if they'd like to help with some math, please contribute. So moving on from the process. Election of committee chairs and alternates. The whole of the legislature votes for the chair and their alternates for each committee in a ranked choice vote. Independent vote. Entire legislature chooses the chairs. And the alternate chairs are the alternate choices. And it all comes out from there. Could there be party loyalty? Sure, but there's nothing that prevents it. You're allowed. And so therefore, the maximum cooperation chairs, the chairs everyone likes who are mostly neutral and listens to all the member priorities to the best of their ability are the ones that are most likely going to get elected because they have to win the popular vote inside the chamber to the proportional maximum degree. They have to get the maximum consent of the legislature itself because the legislature itself represents the maximum possible consent through its proportional ranked choice voting. So you're continuing to maintain that proportion all the way down. Handling vacancies and new committees. When a vacancy occurs, a new committee is created. Committee members are elected in a ranked choice vote by the whole legislature without violating factional proportion requirements. So whenever there's a vacancy, then you just rewind backwards and try again. Or you fill it in with when a vacancy occurs, a new committee is created, committee members are in a ranked choice vote. Oh, yes, that's true. Sorry, there's another provision later. I was just checking to make sure. So I'm going to read that again. When a vacancy occurs for a new committee or a new committee is created, committee members are elected in a ranked choice vote by the whole legislature without violating the factional proportion requirements. Yes, so what that's basically establishing is you're creating something from scratch. Therefore, the selectors of who fills that in, since you cannot do that jockeying position as you could before, this is the backstop for filling those positions without giving that choice to a single individual. And that's because someone's going to take on some extra. But now in future elections, after future elections and new legislatures are convened, it wouldn't matter. All right, so let's look at vacancies generally. Count back procedure for filling vacancies. So with proportional ranked choice voting, you have an interesting feature of automatic filling the vacancy from the same pile of votes. When vacancies occur for any elected office, the seat is first filled by using countback procedures from the prior election results to determine a new winner from the pool of candidates as if the vacated member was never a candidate in the election. So what that's effectively doing is going to that same pool of consent and say, hey, I'm sorry, but this person didn't win. I mean, they won maybe a while ago, but for now they can't win anymore for whatever reason. So what was the answer going to be then? And you can get an answer from the procedure. Now, there is disagreement on whether it should be able to cross faction lines or not, or be independent. Here in this template, this is just a template with it on. Again, this is arbitrary. It doesn't have to necessarily be there. You just have to have, you know, your maximum consent whenever you're drafting, and we'll get to that when we get to unions. If the result of a countback procedure fails to yield a replacement, then an election is called in an affected jurisdiction at the designated special election interval. Unless otherwise amended, special elections occur 90 days to 180 days after the vacancy occurs. So what this is saying is if it didn't happen with that party, like the faction balance has now shifted as a result of this vacancy, rather than have the entire legislature have to move around, you can just call a special election and just ask what this particular person wants, and then you can just continue from where you left off. Referendums. We're going to move into that. So this is the case. This is the case where legislatures can delegate authority by a supermajority vote to the citizens, or if there is a petition involved, the ability for the citizens to basically create law, which is necessary when you think about it, because if you had if you started from complete anarchy, disorder, and no laws of any kind, the first thing that would have to happen before any legislature could exist would be a bunch of people to get together and decide, hey, do you think maybe we should have like a town council or something, right? So by petition of the creation of itself, you must have that power. It must exist. So delegation of legislative authority to referendum. Legislatures may, by supermajority vote, delegate their legislative authority on specific issues directly to individuals through questions of referendum. Individuals can create laws directly by submitting petitions signed by a threshold percentage of their jurisdiction's population to the election board. Initiatives are placed on the next jurisdiction-wide ballot after they are received. Petitions are invalidated if the proposed law is interpreted by a constitutional court to be unconstitutional, or if too many signatures have been invalidated through an independent and transparent audit. So you examine it, you make sure it works, make sure everything's great. You make sure you have a constitutional court, just review it, make sure that whatever is being asked of this does not violate a fair constitution or whatever higher threshold stuff that this requires, which we'll get to that in a moment. Legislative acts that require a simple majority of legislators to agree require a simple majority of the population to agree. Acts that require a supermajority of legislators to agree require a supermajority of the resident population to agree. Because again, it's not putting a threshold on one or the other. It is keeping that same proportion of interest. If this is the kind of issue that you would require 2/3 consent, then that should apply. It doesn't matter which 2/3 we're checking. It's still 2/3 because it's keeping that proportion the same. So if a constitutional amendment in a given jurisdiction requires 2/3, but a non-amendment to the Constitution, just a law, a bond or something like that, and that just requires a simple majority, then that's what that would be. A majority and supermajority requirements for referendums. Legislatures by supermajority vote can modify or repeal acts passed through referendum process during the same term unless a supermajority of the population approve the act. After a general election, all acts passed by the population in prior legislative sessions are treated as law passed by the legislature. So this resolves a hard question that we seem to have between referendum and the legislature. Who takes supreme superiority? And this levels the playing field, right? As you'll see with the veto, the way the veto works, it's basically a 2/3 tennis match. The individuals are going to take priority, so the referendum takes priority in that referendum. But the legislature should always have the power to repeal law as necessary. So, therefore, you have to take that law passed by that referendum as if it was the legislature after the next election, because that next election basically wipes clean the entire slate of all acts passed by that previous legislatures, because now, just in the same way that those people passed the law in this session, they now elected a Congress or a Diet or a city council or whatever that passed, that got reelected, right? So they now have the power to make law, which could include repealing something that I talked about before that I was even in favor of, and maybe I changed my mind. Or maybe, and that's the will of the people changing it. So therefore, since that consent has now been refreshed with that new election, all law that precedes that is as if it was just something passed by them. And so therefore, if they still require the 2/3 to change it, they still require the 2/3. If it was a simple majority thing, it's now a simple majority thing. In the same session, the preference was given to the individual, and that's why it required the 2/3, and why it was unoverridable if it was 2/3 of the individuals. Because if 2/3 of the individuals override it, a supermajority of that, it would, this isn't written in here, but I would expect like you would have to have some unreal issue with your population if you have a 2/3 override of an override of a legislature. So that's where that comes in, and it gives the deference to the individuals in the middle of a term, because that comes after the election of that legislature, but resets when the new legislature is created by that same people group. And that's how you resolve the referendum issue. So now let's talk emergency powers. because we've been teasing it throughout. Because you have to build as you go along. So, in the event of a natural disaster or actual invasion, legislatures may, by supermajority vote, invoke emergency powers for the purpose of preserving the lives, properties, boundaries, and constitutional order. The expected duration not exceeding the maximum allowed area of effect, not exceeding jurisdictional authority, and specific enforcement methods not breaching constitutional order are defined when invoking the emergency powers. That's saying that whatever those powers are that you are invoking, you must do the specific limits, you must define the areas, and how long you expect them to last. You cannot create something that lasts forever. You can't just turn emergency on and walk away. It has a safety timer. Legislatures by supermajority vote may renew emergency powers for a time not to exceed the maximum duration. And then here's where we have the arbitrary clause. Unless otherwise amended, the maximum duration of emergency powers is 90 days. So, spaghetti-o, actual invasion. Someone got too mad. They were like, no, we don't like this. Or a horrible, horrible, horrible natural disaster occurs and it cuts off supplies and it causes a famine. 90 days. And then 90 days again, and then 90 days again. And if you don't exist, if you can't meet for 90 days, well, that triggers Article 6, and we'll get down to that. Emergency powers cannot disrupt the legislative, judicial, or electoral process, nor disrupt any other civic process. If you have the physical capacity to do the job of the civics of the government, then an emergency power can't be such to stop you. The whole point of the emergency power is to restore that situation. The fact that something has occurred that may interrupt that now must be resolved. So therefore, an emergency power that's like, no, we can't do assembly for elections or have a legislation that doesn't, no. A judicial review of emergency powers. Emergency powers are subject to judicial review. Yes, they are. Even a legislature who gives them is like, doesn't stop the capacity to take a look at it and put it in there. Now, we can go into that fight between the legislature and the judiciary that'll occur later down the line, but they have an interplay there. And so now we're going to talk about certain things that these are the inverse negatives. This is basically saying directly, you cannot do this thing. You are not allowed. And this is a forbidden action. Subdivision of legislatures. Legislatures cannot subdivide themselves as to select members from separate pools of voters unless the total number of representatives exceeds a defined maximum. When the legislatures exceed the maximum number of members, the population is subdivided into contiguous and equal groupings where there are subdivisions and an odd number, that's a new sentence. Where there are subdivisions and an odd number of representatives, the boundaries are made in such a way as to keep the ratio of representatives to each subdivision's population uniform. So we talked about this earlier in creating your neutral board to create your districts, which gerrymandering and strategic district drawing under proportional ranked choice voting when you have at least 5 voters is basically impossible. 5 winners is basically impossible. But even so, add that neutrality, just bake that right on there. And what this is effectively saying is if you have, again, like a 5-member and a 4-member, so you're going to need 50,000 in the 5-member and 40,000 in the 4-member in terms of population, that would be the ratio. You want to keep those ratios the same, which allows you to do the committee assignment thing. Non-interference with civic obligations. Individuals cannot prevent any other individual, representative, or civil officer from voting, debating, or otherwise fulfilling their civic obligations. Individuals working on behalf of their jurisdictions cannot prevent these same things by refusing to execute their own civic obligations. So you cannot, if you take on the role, if you choose to seek the power, you can't then not use the power when it's necessary in order to have the civic obligations carried out. Again, this is a sign of legitimacy when you do the things you say you're going to do, governing effectively. Prohibition of retroactive and punitive acts. Acts cannot apply to actions that occurred prior to their enactment, nor can any act punitively target specific individuals or groups. This is a reinforcement of the first. This is a reinforcement of the first individual right we discussed, equal treatment under the law. Distinction, it's irrelevant. Just as the template here is blind to whoever you are or whatever your interest is, only to say that it must be proportionally representative to the maximum possibility. The same thing applies here when making law generally. And this is that negative, you cannot do this specifically, just in case you were not understanding what was meant. Acts cannot apply to actions that occurred prior to their enactment, nor can any act punitively target the specific group. So the prior to the enactment is just, oh no, I didn't mean it like that. No, you shouldn't have. No, that's unfair. You can't change your mind after the fact, because the person who was operating before had the perception that it was totally fine to be doing what they were doing, because it was totally fine to be doing what they were doing at the time. You can't change the past and expect someone at the time to have known it. That doesn't work. Individuals working on behalf of their jurisdiction cannot arrest any other individual except with a warrant from a court establishing the reason for the arrest and the maximum duration of an individual can be held. So you'll notice the wording here is very specific. It is targeting to individuals. This is saying it does. So whether you have a independent contractor, a police force, or an elected police force, or whatever, it doesn't matter. If you're working on behalf of that jurisdiction to execute their law, you are bound by this, and this is what holds that. This is what reinforces free movement, the right to reside, free economic movement. This is that other side to that. Prohibition of servitude. Individuals cannot be held as property or compelled into servitude for any reason. Individuals, in order to have that equality and have those rights, cannot be in servitude, because that would be a lack of minimizing consent. I know that sounds crazy, that it seems like that needs to be spelled out, but we're going to go through that again. Individuals cannot be held as property or compelled into servitude for any reason. There is no reason to not follow this. Minimize consent violations. I am me, I am a person. No, the supremacy of rights. No agreement or law can fail to uphold these rights. My ability to vote is an absolute. My ability to stand for office is an absolute. My freedom of movement. We can have a discussion about threat to life and safety, and we'll get into that in the minutia with the judiciary. But as far as being forced to do a thing, no. I'd have very severe questions for that proponent. Okay, let's move on. Double jeopardy and judgment overturn. Any individual who has been prosecuted for a criminal act cannot be prosecuted for that same act again. All other judgments can be overturned only by proven contradictions in law and errors found in cases that cause invalid judgments. This is basically saying the rule of law and precedent applies. I know there's a continental system. Again, choose your most representative government, swap out as necessary. Prohibition of compulsory payments for civic rights. Individuals cannot be compelled to pay taxes, fees, liens, or cost to exercise their civic rights and obligations. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Again, if I am subject to the governed putting a barrier on which it takes for me to express how I wish to be governed, no, wrong, error. Don't do it. So that it would be subsidized, because if you want to be the most legitimate government that ever existed, then you want to make sure that everyone can have a say in how they're governed in your district. And then you get the choice committee seats. So this is governments. Now, this is for the most part arbitrary. This is not a focus area, but this just establishes how you extend your executive off of your legislature by creating your executive departments. And some of these you could consider basic, like you have to have some version of them in order to have a government because you have to enact all the previous things above. And we label them out here, but as far as the specifics and how that's going to look in the future, it could be anything. But we'll go with some basics that we think would be common, and then go from there. Creation of chief executive departments. Legislatures create chief executive departments for the purpose of executing the laws and administrating the whole of the jurisdiction. Notice that they're saying they create these things, right? Because you need to have someone run that executive. Legislative create treasury departments for the purpose of managing the capital and finances of their common good. If you're going to have a social system, you gotta run it. And if you're gonna have an interchange of commerce, you have to have some administration to run it, hence you need a treasury department. Legislatures create defense departments for the purpose of protecting individuals and the common good of their jurisdiction. Okay, so I hope we all get to live in peace and we all become one unified planet. That's my dream for the end of the rainbow. However, reality is reality, and not everyone's going to be on board, and that's fine. But for the people who are on board, until everyone is on board, you still have to have some sort of common defense system. It's not going away until we can kind of come to a deal. And even after we come to a deal, it's going to be a good long time before we become that trusting of each other. So having a defense department is kind of a thing you have to do, at least at the top level, whatever the largest polygon is, with no jurisdiction above that one. So that's something that you have to have. Creation of state departments. Legislatures create state departments for the managing of their jurisdictions, internal and external relationships. So using the American terminology here, this is the foreign ministry. Basically, whatever that foreign exchange jurisdiction is, you have to have some department for handling, receiving ambassadors, sending ambassadors. And this works with organizations too. Like you may notice that you have in the United States, the states have their own State Department, and that is the relationship between the organizations in their state. And there is a deep philosophical reason for that, and we're going to get into that as we get into scaling co-determination and regulatory parity in the government's article. Legislatures create justice departments for enforcing the law and judiciaries for settling disputes of law and constitutional order. Pretty straightforward there. You have to have it. You have to have someone working the cases when a law is considered broken, or you have to have some sort of question answered that is unclear based on the laws written. You're going to have someone calling the balls and strikes, and someone's going to have to pick that. And we're going to get into the formation of that and how to do that most representatively. But suffice to say, as far as the administrating of that justice, the legislature has to enact it. They have to actually create those things. They are the representatives of the thing to write the law in the first place, and therefore they spin off the judiciaries accordingly. The creation of other necessary departments. Legislatures create other departments that are necessary for upholding constitutional order and executing the laws. Basically, whatever else that the most representative government that can be says is that's the one. Unless otherwise amended, civil appointments last for 10 years. So it's just putting a blanket cap on a civil appointment, and it just expires after 10 years. It doesn't make a statement on whether it can be recurring or not. That is up to the individual unions, and we'll get into that when we get to jurisdictions. But suffice to say, that is how that works. So we have reached the end of this article. If you've been here with me the whole time, I thank you. If you are interested in contributing, whether being a supporter or a donor, I'm going to go ahead and stop that recording, and I'm going to mute myself real quick. And boy, that was actually perfect timing to finish that in one take. I'll have to just clean that off before posting it, but that is legislatures. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the electoral map and see where we're at. So it looks like Virginia is trending blue. Michigan, though, is trending red. Wisconsin is trending red. Minnesota is trending red, but it looks like Wisconsin at 56%. Michigan's at 24%. Looks like Nebraska has been called. Missouri has been called. Let's see. Pennsylvania is trending red. So let's go ahead and check in here with this. Okay, it looks like Donald Trump will probably might actually pull this off here, which is crazy. Hmm.
Okay. Okay.
So it looks like we have polls closing in California and most of Idaho and Oregon and Washington in 2 minutes. And then after that one, we'll do a recap and I will record the next video, which will be governments. Ten seconds. We're going to have 4 states closing. And the mainland, I believe, will be closed. Okay. Let's see what we got going on here. Hmm. Here we are. All right, let's go ahead and pause that. Let's go ahead and talk governments. All right. Hi, my name is JD, and I'm with the Cosmopolitan Coalition of United Earth. And in this video, we're going to be looking at governments. Now, what we mean by governments is we mean an executive branch, the thing that actually does the work that the law spells out that should be done. If you've been following along, legislatures are basically the things that spawn government agency, because you need to have the maximum possible consent of your jurisdiction, which is your members who are part of it, and they have, therefore, their proportional ranked choice vote, or whatever it is to get you to that proportion. That gets you your legislature, and then it is through that legislature and its neutral officers that gets you to the ability to create executives. And those original departments are defined up there, but this will define how they function. So governments faithfully execute the will of their constituents while preserving the rights of all individuals and upholding constitutional order. Powers granted to governments are granted to them by individuals residing in the jurisdiction where the authority of the government applies. Legislatures establish operating governments to execute the will of a fair constitution and laws enacted. So let's talk about executive committees. Legislatures may, by supermajority vote, delegate portions of their executive authority to executive committees. So what that's basically saying is the legislature, having this consent of the governed, spins off part of it to an executive committee under their auspices control, or by filled with certain members that they appoint into that position to then appoint a board of governors later. Executive committees are composed of a legislature's members in the same kind of factional proportions and selected in the same manner as defined in the Constitution. So if you go to the second article or the legislator article, you will find that there's a procedure for the establishment of committees and the insertion of their members. This is just saying this applies to that. So then we have the alternative option. Instead of having the executive be inside the legislature, you can have it be spun off completely and have a direct relationship between the members of the jurisdiction and that executive. Legislatures may, by supermajority vote, delegate portions of their executive authority to elected executive officers. So this is just establishing the ability to spin that off. Elected executive officers are elected by the entire population in the same manner as the members of the legislature, and their terms last the same length. So what this is effectively doing is universalizing the consent being tied to the individuals who vote for that legislature, who in turn establish and maintain those executive functions and those judicial functions. Therefore, their consent would expire at the same time. And so that is the length, that is the commonality between the length and the term. It's keeping them the same because it's that same consent that makes that happen. Supermajority agreement for executive office creation. Jurisdictions composed of constituent jurisdictions require a supermajority of jurisdictions to agree before any executive office can be created or altered. So what that's effectively doing is establishing the constitutional provision to actually create it or move it back into the legislature, right? Because the one thing you can't do is seal it forever. So that's where the flexibility comes in. So they may choose one or the other, but this is about having this section here is about what happens when you make it the elected version. and how do you switch back and forth as you will. And again, the actual specific mechanism for that supermajority is technically arbitrary. The number itself you can change, but the point is you have to have that mechanism to move back and forth. Alternates and advisors. If an executive office is modeled for an individual, then at least the top 4 runners-up serve as alternates and advisors to the executive representative. If an executive office is modeled for a committee, then the committee must have at least 5 elected representatives. So all that's doing is taking that same idea of the proportional ranked choice voting and applying it to your executive office. Now, if you have an office where you need that person to have a snap decision so important that you have to have everyone do that electing process, that's kind of interesting why you need that kind of snap decision, but let's just say you do, then that person has to have a set of alternates, which thanks to proportional ranked choice voting, the top several will probably be in their own faction and help them out. There would be some alternate advisors in the factions who did not gain enough or not part of the coalition, but they would also be there to at least give their input, which again, it favors cooperative decision-making in day-to-day, and then having the snap decision-making for when you need it. But outside of that, if you don't need that snap decision-making, or if you'd like to distribute it equally across the committee, you can do a proportional ranked choice vote to create that committee. Here it's set to 5. Again, the numbers are arbitrary. They can be set on specific constitutions, but what matters here is that you have a way to distribute executive power to a small group and still represent as many people as possible in terms of their percentages and the proportions. Executive representatives enjoy the same rights and privileges as members of the legislature and are bound by the same ethical and legal duties, including the capacity to be removed from office by supermajority vote. Again, since this is just the extension of that governed consent into an executive, that means what comes with it is all the bindings that are bound upon the legislature, because all this is an extension of that. To say that this has been moved to the individuals to select who they are, that part of the is removed. And put directly back, but everything else as far as when they get there, they're still bound by the same rules as if it was internal. Boards of governors. So now we're going a layer in. We've now hit the apolitical level within the executive. Executive representatives, with the consent of their legislatures, appoint experts in relevant fields to the Board of Governors. Governors execute the charters, acts, and rules of their departments. Members of the board are politically neutral, and their term length is the same as all other civil officers. So since you have a fully proportional legislature, and you have a supermajority requirement for the creation of a given committee in the first place, even an executive one, the apolitical Board of Governors need not be a member of the legislature. They just need to be the people who are good at running the business. And since the business of the organization. So since that is a day-to-day job and their full-time focus, not representing anyone, and everyone has a hand in that selection, and everyone who is in the legislature has peering access into making sure that it runs right, then that Board of Governors is beholden to every member of the legislature, not necessarily the coalition in charge at the time, because their civil appointments are fixed and therefore irrelevant to the political will, while at the same time being selected by such a broad amount, it's not going to impact, there's not going to be an incidence for wanting of corruption so hard. It's difficult to make that kind of pressure there. Executive representatives have full and equal investigative and administrative power over their respective departments. They may propose changes to department policies and call for the removal of a board member if they believe in good faith that the board member has failed to execute their duties competently or ethically. So since you have this set of alternates involved, if you have a committee structure that's your executive that is partisan or at least representative of another people group, your oversight is likewise wholly distributed among those apolitical appointees, which means all of those apolitical appointees have incentive to do a good job, because it's not just a given faction that's in charge of that particular administrative agenda, and therefore wants it to do well. It's everyone. Every faction is on the hook for it because the fight occurs at the general election between everyone. There's nowhere to hide behind. And so therefore there's that incentive to have that oversight and that incentive to do well with that oversight. And so with that, let's talk about common good corporations. So when we talk about executive committees and executive departments, we're thinking of those functioning ones that we had in the end of Article 2 with like the Department of State, Treasury, that kind of thing, or the Foreign Ministry, whatever your terminology is for those relationships. But beyond those basic relationships, you can also, through the consent of your maximally representative legislature, establish some sort of service for the common good of your jurisdiction. And so this sets out that kind of executive committee and how the interchange between that and private enterprise works to balance them out. And this is a lot of where regulatory parity is going to come in. So if you've paid attention to that focus area, this is where it's going to be at. Legislatures create common good corporations to provide goods and services to individuals in a jurisdiction. Legislatures establish executive committees for elected executive offices to oversee common good corporations. So that's just establishing the ability to make them, right? The legislature, being that whole, has that power. So that's where this comes in. So when you have that, it's created by those kinds of legislatures, the ones that are the most representative. Common good corporations and private enterprises are treated identically with regards to regulations of the same goods, services, and labor practices. I've been saying this in other videos. If you have a common good corporation doing eggs and you have a private enterprise doing eggs, the rules need to be the same for everyone involved. That's parity. Public education, private education, same rules. If you have the same accreditation services or whatever it is as part of your state mandates, same rules. It's common treatment. Legislatures may purchase private enterprise that gain monopolistic control over any good or service, as well as private enterprises that are for sale on the open market. So what that's establishing is, let's just deal with the easy one first. If a company wants to sell itself, it's saying the legislature is a possible buyer, right? Private enterprise can buy private enterprise too. There's nothing wrong with that. But within the capacity of the fully proportional legislature to be a purchaser of that, and we'll go into the way that transitions when we talk about the monopolistic one, but that is a function. So now to the monopolistic control. So the way we're going to go into this in the next one, but effectively when you have a monopoly, when I talk about monopoly, I'm talking about a specific case where that company basically won capitalism in that market, right? Its control is absolute. Any competitor that comes along in that space has no hope. Now, political leanings are political leanings, right? Like the things that make big players is a whole other political philosophy class. But in the theory of a constitutional working out of this situation, it seems that if you have something that becomes that giant monopoly, it is effectively a public service. So, because it is providing that service to everyone. Everyone is the consumer. Not everyone necessarily works for that company, but they are all using that service. So it is a common good corporation of a kind. And because private enterprise cannot actually bubble up from that, there's no way out. That's where that basically a break glass in order to maintain the ability to compete comes in, or at least turn it into a public service where it's no longer interested in just making the profit, but being the best public service it can be as it is. Your mileage varies on the specific things, and people are going to disagree about what should be a public service or not. That is why you have to have the mechanism for the most consensual legislature ever in order to have the most sensible executives and common good systems that you can have where everyone's involved. Everyone's a stakeholder. So let's go into that process, and we'll go from there. Shareholders of private enterprise, so fair market compensation and board transition. So when you have this purchase or you have this monopolistic situation. Shareholders of private enterprises are paid at least the fair market price for their shares upon conversion. The board members of private enterprise are given the option to join the founding board of governors for the common good corporation that succeed the private enterprise. This is more of an arbitrary clause, but it seems to me that if they were really good at operating it to the point where they got there, that, you know, having them come in as basically being the transition board to be like, okay, this is how we run it. And then you have the apolitical appointees start getting replaced over time by the oversight of the legislature while maintaining that seems like a very calm way to transition that, but people will disagree. Legislatures may reorganize, dissolve, or sell common good corporation on the open markets to private enterprises. So that's the reverse, right? So maybe you have a community Wi-Fi, but all of a sudden no one uses the community Wi-Fi anymore, so you don't need it anymore. So you can dissolve it, or you can privatize it, because maybe there's someone else who has some service, or maybe some people want to break it up. There's all sorts of reasons, but suffice to say, you have to have that ability to move back and forth as necessary in order to maintain that parity, not just in regulation, but in whether this needs to even be a social service in the first place. All patents, trade secrets, and copyrighted works created or owned by common good corporations are universally and eternally in the public domain and can be used by any individual or organization. So if it is a property of the thing that is to the public, then it is public. That's pretty straightforward. Yeah. So now we're going to talk about work councils. And so this is scaling co-determination. And we have a whole page on scaling co-determination with graphs that show exactly how it works and how the scaling works out to maintain representation there. But we're just going to go ahead and go through the description and how it's laid out here. And then I will suggest that you go there. So when an executive department, common good corporation, or private enterprise has a certain minimum number of individuals contracted to perform work, then at least one worker elected representative is added to the board of governors in whatever form that may be. The number of worker elected representatives scales uniformly until a maximum number of workers has been achieved. At that point and beyond, the number of shareholder elected workers and worker elected members on the board are equal. The chair is elected jointly by the entire board. Unless otherwise amended, the minimum number of employees needed to get worker elected representatives is 100, and you'll see that in our chart. The maximum number of employees needed to achieve parity is 2,000. Okay, so I'm going to give you a brief version of what's on the scaling co-determination page, but basically what it's saying is without workers, you cannot have a transference of resources from one form to another. But without resources, you cannot have a value to create to actually have the transition of work. And so therefore, you cannot have one without the other. In that sense, just as asset-based investment, whether it's titles or stocks or cash or equipment or whatever, just as much as that is a value held in some proportion to start up an organization and make it work, so too is, and that's tied up in time because you can't use those resources elsewhere, or you can't use them ever again because they get consumed. Likewise, those who do continual work and labor are locking up their time and future opportunities to do other things, and that opportunity and time is likewise an investment. And also, as an organization grows, that increase in the number of necessary employees in order to maintain the current workload is an investiture over time, just as the stock growths and splits and all those other things. Now, we implemented scaling co-determination here because this applies to non-stock corporations as well as public common good corporations, which means there's benefits to that we will go into in other posts, but suffice to say, this is something that can work in any type of ownership scale. There are two others that are similarly representative of material investors and labor investors, but that's because they effectively make them the same person either over time or directly. So you have employee stock ownership programs or employee stock purchase programs. Implementations vary, but effectively that's making the workers stockholders over time. So the logic there is by the time you get to retire, you have enough of the stock, and in the aggregate, the workers own the company. And traditional boards will sometimes sell their stock into a trust, and that the workers would then vest into over time. So it's like a mini stock market. Implementations vary, and there's a whole lot of discussion over it. It's a way to make it happen. Scaling codetermination doesn't mess with stocks or shares. Like, all that stays exactly the way it's saying. This is all about day-to-day decisions, budget meetings or strategy sessions, learning about what's happening on the factory floor, those kinds of things. Eastern Europe and Central Europe implemented a lot of this, especially after World War II. Germany was a big, Western Germany was I believe it was their steel, coal, and oil industries. Someone fact checked me in the comments, were made co-determined instantaneously. They were nationalized. Then later, private enterprise was brought on. They do it a little bit differently. But this is where that is established. Oh, and then the other way is the worker co-op, where it basically just starts out as an equal partnership. So your material investors are your labor investors. So those are two other things, but scaling codetermination achieves the same thing via the bifurcation of decision. And when you combine it with proportional ranked choice voting, it results in when you combine it with proportional ranked choice voting, it results in a mixture of experts on all levels. So I encourage you to check that out. This video, as well as this page and this website, are a work in progress. If you'd like to help us out, please go ahead and contribute now. If you just want to get updates, you can go ahead and sign up to be an audience member. If you want to show your support on the map and put your pin on the map in your city, state, or country, go ahead and sign up to be on the map. It's free, of course. If you do have the ability and desire to provide your time or your money, we do have volunteer and donor sign-up forms. And of course, if you're a community leader and have the ability to enact some changes like these to better legitimize your government or better represent the stakeholders in your organizations, please feel free to reach out. My name is JD. I'm with the Cosmopolitan Coalition of United Earth, and thank you. Okay, let's check out where we're at. All right, 172 and 214. Senate's at 49 and 40. And then the House is 168 and 115. All right, looking at the map, looks like Harris is trailing in North Carolina, and looks like Harris is winning in Virginia, and Trump is winning in Pennsylvania, and Harris is so far winning in Michigan. Trump is trailing. Harris is trailing in Wisconsin. Trump is winning there. Minnesota is, Trump has 61% so far. That's 17% in, so that's too early to call. Wisconsin and Michigan are declared too close to call, as is PA. Virginia is considered too early, as is North Carolina. So Michigan and Wisconsin are probably gonna be a question. New Mexico looks like it's going Harris's way so far, but they only have, well, they have 77% in, so we'll see. It's still too early. Trump, though, in Arizona, it looks like it's like, oh my gosh, it's within 3,000. So that's a toss-up, and that's too early anyway because it's only 51%. So we'll see what happens there. Nevada is 6 electoral votes, but that's 0 in, so it's too early to call. Oregon and Washington have been called, as is California, for Kamala Harris, so they are a lock. So we will see where we are at. It looks like Georgia and North Carolina will probably go to Donald Trump. And it looks like, if I had to guess, I would say Wisconsin and PA are going to flip. So I think that's enough. I don't think he even needs the rest at that point. Well, we'll find out. We'll see where this ends up and go from there. So thank you for going through that video with me. I'm going to go ahead and take another break, and then I will be back in about 10 minutes, and then we will catch back up, see if there's any... I will not... I'll see if there's any determinations in major races, and then we will move on to a short one, actually. The judiciaries. All right, so I will be right back. Thank you for the streamer that has been here the whole time.